The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 9th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Richie Torres to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, you wait to be gracious to us. In your infinite regard, you stand at the ready, waiting to share the enormity of your loving kindness to each of us. Pierce the most hardened of hearts, that we would accept your tender care. Lord, you have promised to show mercy to us. In your boundless love, you want to take us into your compassionate embrace, that we would know of your forgiveness. Pierce the most secret corners of our hearts, that we would relax in your acceptance. Lord, you are a God of justice, blessing those who trust that you have the final word over the injustice and evil in this world. Pierce the most doubting heart, that in the face of all that we fear, we would discover that our hope is found only in you. We give our hearts to you this day, trusting in the salvation of your holy name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kilby.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
In an important moment of bipartisanship on Monday, this chamber passed the Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act of 2021. Over 75% of our members voted to restore power to women who for far too often have been at the mercy of powerful men and even more powerful companies. This bill is not simply about arbitration, but about ending forced arbitration. According to the EEOC, 1 in 4 women have been sexually harassed at work. For many, the fear of retaliation, of being blackballed, stops them from coming forward. And the women who do find the courage to come forward can be challenged by the confidentiality clause so often tied to arbitration clauses in employment contracts. This legislation will give sexual harassment and assault survivors the freedom to decide legal action. This bill goes a long way for recourse for the victim. It's about redress in a court of law, not a closed arbitration room, because that is justice. I look forward to Senate passage. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of the First Lady of Bee Cave, Texas, and former First Lady of Lamarck, Texas, one Patricia Ann Lee Mae Hawking. Patty, as she was affectionately known as, was a fascinating woman with a colorful background. From an early age, she loved ballet. She took ballet lessons with the Houston Ballet Foundation. She worked hard in pursuit of that goal, and eventually she danced professionally with that same Houston Ballet Company. Patty graduated from the Incarnate Word Academy in downtown Houston, married one Mr. Robert Ellis Hawking, Bobby Hawking, and they settled in Bee Cave, Texas, where she built, owned, and ran her first of 2 dance studios. After Bee Cave was incorporated in 1987, Bobby Hawking was elected the town's very first mayor. Patty was always by his side, his biggest fan and supporter. They traveled together internationally, where Bobby was lead singer in many bands, then a gospel singer and evangelist. It was Patty's prayers and influence that brought brought Bobby back to his roots, and they spent many years in ministry, co-pastoring churches in Oklahoma and Texas. Most recently, the city of Lamarck was the beneficiary of her generous spirit and gift of public service. Patty was devoted to and passionate about her faith, her family, and her community. A gracious, giving, and loving woman, Patty was adored by all who met her. First Lady of Hocking, you will be missed. Bobby, we love you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the critical need for Congress to act to improve our nation's supply chain issues. Last week, the House took a big step to make sure that the products we rely on are available for all Americans by passing the COMPETES Act. The pandemic turned all our lives upside down. What that disruption revealed are long-standing problems in how much we really do rely on foreign manufacturing and foreign ingenuity. House Democrats have taken bold, decisive action to authorize $45 billion to fix these issues. We'll build more critical components right here in America. We'll strengthen our nation's security by cultivating domestic sources and investing in American workers. And we'll never again face shortages of goods needed for the safety and health of our communities across America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the CEO of the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club, Vincent Del Monte. Vincent has been a leader for the Boys and Girls Club for nearly 20 years, and with his retirement, leaves behind a legacy of selflessness and service. The Boys and Girls Club's mission is to enable all young people to reach their full potential. Vincent certainly did that and more. Vincent assumed his role during a time of severe financial turmoil. He was able to navigate these troubles carefully and elegantly, making the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club one of the nation's top clubs. With renewed finances and a heightened status, the club went on to improve the lives of not only its many members, but the communities they serve under Vincent's guidance. We hope Vincent truly enjoys his retirement. After what he has done for the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club, he has certainly done more than his fair share for our community. Vincent is the type of man many should strive to be, someone who leaves the community he loved better than he found it. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to strongly condemn the recent forced removal of Sudan's transitional government by Sudan's military forces. Before the October coup by military leaders, Sudan's civilian-led government was positively re-engaging with the United States and the rest of the world, including having been removed from the state sponsor of terrorism list and opening up the Sudanese economy for foreign investment. The Sudanese people have bravely stood up to demand the right to democratically choose their own future after decades of oppression under the previous regime. The Sudanese military must respect the rights of the Sudanese people. America must stand with those who want democracy, including the people of Sudan. The U.S. and our allies must use every diplomatic tool available to restore stability and civilian-led control of Sudan's government. Thousands of civilians are risking their lives every day for democracy, and the United States must align its policies to support their democratic aspirations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize a special place in my district, Fort Mose. Near St. Augustine, Florida, it is the first legally sanctioned free Black settlement in what is now the United States. As early as the late 1600s, freedom seekers escaped enslavement in the English colonies and made their way to St. Augustine, then under Spanish rule. An estimated 100 Africans were then given freedom in exchange for adopting Catholicism and declaring allegiance to Spain. In 1994, Fort Mose was designated as a historic national landmark. Fort Mose embodies the fight for freedom by Black Americans in the early days of our country, and it highlights a piece of Black history that is dramatically different from the more familiar story of slavery and oppression. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and
Without
revise and
objection,
extend my
the
remarks.
gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
In the fall of 1912, Forsyth County in my district was the site of an appalling racial cleansing. Following the death of a white woman named May Crow, 3 Black men, Rob Edwards, Ernest Knox, and Oscar Daniel, were accused of her murder and lynched without due process. Following this, white men on horseback, dubbed night riders, rode throughout Forsyth County, terrorizing families and burning Black churches, homes, and businesses, ultimately driving out over 1,100 Black residents. Forsyth County continued to have little to no Black residents for almost a century. Today, I'm introducing a resolution condemning the lynchings of Rob Edwards, Oscar Daniel, and Ernest Knox in 1912, and condemning the actions of the white supremacist mobs which forced out nearly the entire Black population of Forsyth County. It's particularly important during Black History Month that we acknowledge horrific incidents such as this and honor the memory of the victims of those tragedies. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and reaffirm this body's commitment to fighting white supremacy and seeking justice to right the wrongs of our past. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize February as Career and Technical Education Month. During this month, we celebrate and highlight the value Career and Technical Education, or CTE, which restores the rungs on the ladder of opportunity for many individuals and gives them the tools to succeed. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus and a senior member of the House Committee on Education and Labor, I've always supported and will continue to support CTE programs that provide learners of all ages with career-ready skills. Our students should be aware of their educational options and understand a bachelor's degree is not the only path to a meaningful, family-sustaining career. A highly skilled workforce is important to the success of America's economic growth and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend, Congressman Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, for joining me in introducing this resolution to recognize the importance of career and technical education. We will continue to work hard to close the nation's skills gap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022, bipartisan legislation to help the U.S. Postal Service remain financially viable and ensure that it provides the high quality of service that Americans expect and deserve. Even before this pandemic began, the post office and our postal workers played a critical role in our country, ensuring that folks across our nation received essential packages and letters, including medication and food, supplies, ballots, notes from loved ones. And this importance only grew during the pandemic. Now, unfortunately, the Postal Service has faced serious financial challenges in recent years. Even as postal workers service more locations, it has been burdened, among other things, by a requirement that no employer in private industry has to pre-fund benefits for workers who, frankly, haven't even been born yet. That's why this week I voted for the Bipartisan Postal Service Reform Act. This bill makes some common sense reforms to save the Postal Service billions of dollars, to have the backs of the terrific professionals who work for the service, to improve the service's performance, and to assure that folks in my region and around our country can rely on the delivery of paychecks, prescriptions, tax returns, and more. We've got to get this bill signed into law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the life of Montezuma County Commissioner Joel Joe Stevenson. He will be remembered as a larger-than-life champion of rural Colorado who never wavered in his belief that the world needs more cowboys. He was a rancher, a caring husband, a loving father, and a friend. Joe was a happy warrior, and his passion with a smile will continue to inspire me as I serve in Congress and generations to come. Joe devoted his life to the agriculture community where he served his neighbors as a brand inspector for the Colorado Department of Agriculture for 20 years. Joe's life of service has come to an end, but his legacy will live on in Montezuma County, in the Colorado agriculture community, in his wife, Cherie, in his children, Colette, Chelsea, Mary Jo, Jody, and Sam, and in his 7 grandchildren who affectionately call him Papa. Mr. Speaker, I take comfort knowing that God's wraparound presence is surrounding Joe's family today, and he has entered in to the joy of his Lord. America needs more cowboys like my friend Joe Stevens, but I know that heaven just gained one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 900, I call up H.R. 3485 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 166, H.R. 3485, a bill to impose sanctions on foreign persons responsible for violations of internationally recognized human rights against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, LGBTQI individuals, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 900, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 111730 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 3485.
Without objection.
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important date, with a very important bill. And I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3485, the Global Respect Act, as amended and introduced by my friend and great American Congressman, David Cicilline. We live in a country that espouses that all human beings are created equal, endowed with equal rights, no matter what we look like, how we pray, or where we come from. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights tells us all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights states that all persons are equal before the law and are entitled without any discrimination to the equal protection of the law. And our own Declaration of Independence famously says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Mr. Speaker, the Global Respect Act brings us closer to realizing these treasured ideals. Today, unfortunately, shamelessly, millions of people are living in fear. In countless countries, LGBTQI+ people face punishment simply for being who they are. They are subject to brutal beatings, imprisoned for lifetimes, tortured, hanged, and stoned. When human rights abuses are being committed, the United States of America must do its part to hold the perpetrators accountable. And that is why Congressman Cicilline introduced H.R. 3485, the Global Respect Act. This legislation is critical, straightforward, and overdue. It requires the president to identify foreign individuals responsible for these human rights violations against LGBTQI+ people, and to prevent them from entering the United States of America. In addition, the Global Respect Act requires the State Department to designate at least one senior officer responsible for tracking violence, criminalization, and restrictions on the freedoms of LGBTQI+ people abroad. This legislation also requires the Department of State to include information relating to violence or discrimination against LGBTQI+ communities in its annual human rights reports. Now, unfortunately, several of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said they oppose the bill because they claim it is duplicative of Magnitsky sanctions. And while global Magnitsky is a landmark tool in the fight against human rights abuses, rarely has it been used by administrations to sanction those who persecute LGBTQI+ persons. This bill simply builds on existing human rights-related authorities to ensure that human rights abusers are held accountable everywhere on this planet. They also argue the language of the bill is overly broad, when in fact the words they quibble with come directly from what is already enacted in the United States Code, drawing word from word the definition of gross violation of human rights. There are critics out there who say this bill infringes on religious beliefs. I wholeheartedly, 1,000% reject this notion. The Global Respect Act is about holding accountable individuals responsible for committing human rights abuses against LGBTQI+ people. Individuals who commit the absolute worst crimes, such as murder, forced detentions, disappearances of persons. This bill is clear in that it targets heinous acts. It does not authorize any action against an individual based solely upon religious beliefs. So I can't thank Congressman David Cicilline enough for his work, for his commitment, for his dedication, presenting this legislation so that equality and human rights are protected. I also want to recognize the courageous LGBTQI plus activists who are out there and who dared to stand up and claim their basic human rights in the face of violence, discrimination, persecution, simply for whom they love. Mr. Speaker, I have a brother who had to stand up for who he is. He's a human being. And we should not allow any violations of human rights here in the United States or any place on this place we know as the planet Earth. So when LGBTQI plus people are murdered simply for existing, the world is watching. And the world is watching what we do. And the world is watching how we react to it. And the world is watching what we say and what we stand for when we say we have values for human beings. That's what's at stake here. This should not be a partisan issue. It has never been a partisan issue. This should be an issue about all human beings, protecting human beings, the human race. Because when you break it down, we're all the same. And that's why I'm heartened that this legislation is, in fact, bipartisan. And I'm heartened and proud that this legislation passed out of the House Foreign Affairs Committee by a voice vote. I'm proud. One of the proudest moments I have is introducing and being on this floor today as chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee to strongly support this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, we all believe that all people have inherent dignity and possess equal human rights. We all reject violence directed at individuals on the basis of their race, religion, biological sex, or sexual orientation. The problem with this bill, however, is that it borrows language from two existing laws, the Global Magnitsky Act and the so-called Section 7031C sanctions, and then creates a new reporting mechanism that is not focused on the human rights of all, but rather the human rights of particular groups. I don't see why we should focus on some human rights violations more than any others. Every person's human rights are of equal value, and certain violations of those rights should not be subordinate to others. Furthermore, the bill's broad language has the potential to sweep in nonviolent conduct and impose visa restrictions on individuals engaged in that conduct. For example, it speaks about complicity and cruel treatment, vague terms. Is a parent overseas who rejects her minor child's wish for a sex change operation complicit in cruelty? Is the Pope engaged in, to quote the bill, degrading treatment when he expresses opposition to same-sex marriage based on the tenets of his religious faith? There are no safeguards in the bill that address these situations. When free speech, religious freedom, and parental rights protections were proposed to be added to the bill, the Democrats balked and voted against it. They preach tolerance until they're asked to vote on it. Regardless of the author's intent, which I think is good, there are people that will use the bill to target their political and ideological opponents in the culture wars. The bill's author will say that there should be no problem since it just uses the very same language as other human rights statutes. But those existing provisions already address and punish the conduct this bill targets. So the real question is, why is this bill so necessary? In the committee report, Democrats acknowledge the bill is redundant, but in search of any perhaps, rationale, they claim that not enough sanctions have been rolled out that cover crimes committed against LGBT identifying individuals. That's simply not true. We know, for example, groups and individuals that under the Trump administration particularly, that groups and individuals from Chechnya were sanctioned under the Global Magnitsky for human rights abuses, including extrajudicial killings and the torture of LGBT identifying individuals. And the former Gambian president was also sanctioned after having rounded up people based on sexual orientation and after making shocking statements against LGBT identifying individuals. These sanctions, as I said, were imposed under the Trump administration, but even more have been imposed and used using these bills or these Global Magnitsky Act under President Biden. We know, based on recent Global Magnitsky report to Congress that came out a few weeks ago, individuals last year in places like Cuba and Uganda and even Bangladesh have been sanctioned and are all associated with groups or groups conducting conduct targeting LGBT identifying individuals. So this bill is clearly unnecessary. It reflects and represents the administration's aggressive attempts to push the envelope regarding culture war issues at every possible juncture, not only domestically but also abroad. That is distracting and requires diplomats to devote time and resources to culture war issues at the expense of attention paid to China, to Russia, to Iran, to the quagmire in Afghanistan, and the crisis at our southern border. It is disappointing that as Ukraine is on the verge of being invaded by Russia, as North Korea continues to conduct ballistic missile tests, as illegal aliens stream through our southern border, some on our terror watch list, that the majority has decided now is the time to bring this bill forward. And the State Department agrees. It has reviewed the Global Respect Act and recommended extensive changes, signaling it too sees this bill as superfluous and potentially misguided and possibly duplicative, or definitely duplicative. Other groups have said much the same, including the Heritage Foundation, the Center for Family and Human Rights, Concerned Women for America, and the Family Research Council. Although I agree with the sentiment that human rights violations of any kind are deplorable and despicable, the devil is really in the details on this bill, and we oppose this bill for the reasons I've stated. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to state that the notion that this bill is not supported by the administration is just blatantly false. Just last week, the Biden administration released a statement of the administrative policy in full support of the bill and noted the urgent need to address threats to the human rights of LGBTQI+, not just abroad, but right here in the United States of America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to yield 4 minutes to the author of this bill, the dynamic Congressman David Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in support of H.R. 3485. And I want to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to Chairman Meeks for his consistent and passionate and powerful support of this bill and of the LGBTQI community broadly. He has been such a champion for our community. We would not be here today on this floor without his support, and we are all grateful for that. I also want to recognize Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, Senator Shaheen, and Senator Portman for their partnership and leadership making this legislation bipartisan and bicameral. And of course, I want to recognize and thank President Biden for his incredible commitment to LGBTQI equality here at home and around the world. With today's vote, the U.S. House will send a strong message across the world that every member of the LGBTQI community deserves to live with dignity and free from violence, unlawful detention, torture, and other forms of brutality. H.R. 3485, the Global Respect Act, builds on existing sanction authorities by requiring the president to deny visas to foreign nationals who commit gross human rights violations against members of the LGBTQI community. Let me be clear. This bill protects LGBTQI people from murder and torture and other forms of violence. Rejecting this proposal is you are saying people like me can be murdered and tortured with no consequence. And whether that's your intention or not, that's the impact of your vote. In the past years, we have seen a dangerous increase in violence against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex people and their families. And so when my colleague on the other side of the aisle says, what's the need for this? Tell that to the victims who are being tortured and detained and murdered because of who they are. In too many places, Violence against this community is pervasive and even sanctioned or directed by government officials. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. As with any form of social or legal marginalization, whether based on sex, race, religion, ethnicity, or other status, the denial of human rights of LGBTQI people is not only wrong, but negatively affects health outcomes, social stability, the rule of law, and economic potential. This bill sends a signal to not just the abusers, but also signals to the victims and survivors that the United States stands with them, as we have throughout the course of human history in standing up for human rights. Victims like Camila Diaz-Cordova, a 29-year-old transgender woman from El Salvador, who was arrested, beaten, and thrown from a moving vehicle after being deported from the United States. She died several days later. Or the young gay man who fled from Sudan to Egypt after threats of public outing and violence, only to experience kidnapping and further stigmatization and violence in his new home. Or IJ, a victim of Ramzan Kadyr's systemic rounding up and torture of men and women thought to be gay in Chechnya. In recounting the attack, IJ said, "They threw me to the floor and beat me. They beat my chest and my face with their feet. They hit my head against the floor. One of them said, 'Do not beat him until the shock stage. At that point, he'll stop feeling pain. We don't need that.' They addressed me with female pronouns and demanded that I tell them the names of other gay people I knew. They threatened to kill me if I didn't." And the public reports that we heard of ISIS officials throwing gay men off rooftops and then stoning them to death. These are just some examples of the many, many stories. The Global Respect Act is simple. It's straightforward. It gives the executive branch greater tools to punish those who murder and torture members of the LGBTQI community. I want to take a quick moment to tell you what this bill does not do. It doesn't duplicate existing rights legislation in the Global Magnitsky Act, because in Global Magnitsky, it's obviously a very important tool for human rights, but it's voluntary. And it's only been used once for LGBTQI human rights violations, despite many documented
The
cases.
gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
The Global Respect Act is different because it requires sanctions if a foreign national commits gross human rights violations against LGBTQI people. It doesn't have overly broad language, as the chairman said. It has language which comes from 22 U.S.C. 2304. It doesn't create any new definitions. It has the definition in existing law of what gross human rights violation is. It doesn't prevent speech or religious beliefs. This bill targets conduct, actions. It has never, Global Magnitsky has never, nor will this bill ever be used to impede anyone's right to say or believe anything. It's their actions, the gross human rights violations, that's at issue. And when my friend on the other side of the aisle said it's cancer culture, when did preventing murder, torture, and violence and standing up for human rights become cancel culture? We have a long tradition in this country of doing this all around the world. The Global Respect Act honors that history, that responsibility we have as a world superpower to continue to protect and stand up for human rights in the face of unspeakable violence. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I end where I began, with enormous gratitude to our extraordinary chairman for his leadership on this issue. And I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
May consume. I appreciate the gentleman's passion, and I support his support of condemning and sanctioning these terrible acts against the LGBT community. But I just wanted to let the Speaker know the newest Global Magnitsky Act report, which was just released a few weeks ago and covers 2021. Sanctions were imposed again on Cuba, police, in Uganda, the chief of the military intelligence, also in Bangladesh, the Rapid Action Battalion. All of these were associated with LGBT causes, which means this act is being used to sanction those who commit acts of violence of any kind against people of the LGBT community. So I just wanted to make sure that the gentleman was aware of that, and that the State Department is already reporting and already doing this, and it's being done. And though I do support everything that he's stating here, it is already being done. And in the interest of good legislation, we don't want to overburden our bureaucrats and people that are working on these issues and also reporting. They have indicated that additional reporting requirements only take more time out of the organization. But I do appreciate the messaging from the gentleman from Rhode Island. It is very important that we signal to the world that we condemn acts against the LGBT community. Problem is, we already have this, and we already have the ability and two tools that are very effective and used internationally to condemn these acts, and I reserve. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I'm now proud to, let me just say this real quick. I don't mind burdening anyone if it's going to save somebody's life. There's certain burdens that we have to carry. This is one of them. So I, with pride, yield 2 minutes to a strong fighter for human rights, Ms. Titus from Nevada.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Global Respect Act that is being led by my friend, Mr. Cicilline, and I thank him for his passion and his leadership in the committee on this issue. Since the Supreme Court's landmark decision legalizing same-sex marriage in 2015, we've sought out domestic opportunities to ensure that individuals' basic rights are not infringed upon simply because of their sexual orientation. But we have to make more progress, not just here at home, around the world where we take leadership on this issue. Throughout the last century, we have stood for human rights, and in 2016, I was proud to support the Global Magnitsky Act, which imposed certain restrictions, as you have heard mentioned already. Magnitsky, however, did not go far enough to protect the LGBTQ+ community. In at least 42 countries, there remain legal barriers to freedom of expression on sexual orientation and gender identity, and in at least 51 countries, there are specific laws and policies against the formation, establishment, or registration of NGOs working on sexual orientation issues. Nor has Magnitsky dissuaded the persecution of LGBTQI communities whose rights continue to be violated. That's why I was grateful to have a part in working on this global respect legislation, because it will impose needed visa sanctions on foreign people responsible for such actions. My own legislation, the GLOBE Act, I think would take a step further to assert U.S. global leadership in this area and provide the administration with additional tools to carry out those things established in this kind of landmark legislation. Some of those would be ensuring that foreign assistance and global health programs don't discriminate against LGBTQ+ populations, and also ensuring fair access to asylum for LGBTQ people. I thank the chairman and the sponsor, and I urge everyone to vote for this much needed and very important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from North Carolina, Representative Manning.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Global Respect Act, including my amendment to ensure accountability for torture. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm proud to work with my colleagues, Chairman Meeks and Congressman Cicilline, to protect and defend human rights and uphold our values around the world. Mr. Speaker, this bipartisan bill would require the President to identify and impose visa sanctions on foreign individuals responsible for human rights violations against LGBTQ+ people. My amendment would direct sanctions against those responsible for one of the most horrific acts of violence, torture. No one should face violence because of who they are or who they love. We must hold those responsible for gross violations of human rights accountable, no matter what. This important legislation ensures that the United States continues to protect the human rights of all people, including LGBTQ people targeted by some of the world's worst and most oppressive regimes. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Global Respect Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? I get to take that off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, again, I support the underlying idea behind the bill, and I really appreciate the passion of the sponsor and those who are speaking out on behalf of it, and protecting the human rights of all individuals living abroad and holding violators accountable. But as I have said, we have a strong difference of an opinion about whether a bill that is duplicative of current law is necessary. I think the Global Respect Act, at the moment, at the way it's drafted, is counterproductive insofar as it would create a separate regime aimed at protecting human rights of some rather than human rights of all. And I fear it could be used to target the left's political opponents in the culture wars. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
So now he will do his closing. Mr. Cicilline will.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending and thanking the Biden administration for its support, for its strong support in moving this legislation. You know, this legislation was noted in his support, is that legislation like this is needed at a time, especially when countries are undertaking steps to further marginalize or harm LGBTQI+ community members. And that it looks forward, and this is from the administration, to working with Congress on what I know will be a bipartisan vote. And I also happen to agree with President Biden and echo his statement that at a time when a global rise in authoritarianism and hate persists, that it is critical that we send a strong message to the world that the United States of America, the world's greatest democracy, that the United States of America, who leads with its values, that the United States of America can speak up and speak out, striving to be a more perfect union. That the United States of America can lead the world to say that we're going to stop the persecution of human beings simply for who they are. This is the year 2022, Mr. Speaker. I would think by now we would have learned that our voices should never be shuttered when we see violations of human rights. One of the things that I pledged when I became chair of this committee, that human rights would be on the front burner. Because if we can't come together, no matter what party we're in, no matter what religion we have, no matter what ethnicity we have, no matter where we come from on this planet, if we can't come together and say that we're going to stand up and speak out and stop where individuals are being persecuted and prosecuted, murdered, that's the least that we can do. And I don't care how difficult it is. I don't care if it puts a burden on administration to do it, because that's our values. That's what should take precedent. I've seen too much right here in the United States. Individuals just walking down the street, holding hands with who they love. And someone walks up and does something horrific to them. And we've had to pass these bills and laws in our country so that they can live their life. And if we see it happening anyplace else, we've got to make sure that voice is heard and stop individuals who are persecuting and prosecuting people in any place else on this planet from coming to this country. Send the message. Don't send it once, let's send it twice. If it takes sending it 3 or 4 times, so be it. That's what this is all about. The camera of history is recording this, looking to see what we do and what we say. How do we react to a human tragedy? Generations yet unborn will be saying, what did the United States Congress do when they knew? No one denies what is taking place all over the world when it comes to LGBTQI plus individuals. Nobody denies that they're being killed. No one denies that they're being tortured. Nobody denies that they're treated in an inhumane way. That's not being denied. So as long as it exists, we should use every tool available to make sure that we wipe it off the planet Earth. And that's what David Cicilline, this great congressman, intended when he put and authored this bill. This should be a historic moment and a proud moment for the United States Congress to say we have stood up and led the world to stop human rights violations to people just like us, human beings. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York has yielded. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-241, not earlier considered as part of the amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 900, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the opponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee to offer amendments en bloc, consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of House Report 117-241, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 900, I offer the amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
Amendments en bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-241, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island.
Pursuant to House Resolution 900, The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume. And before I address the
gentleman is recognized.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I address the en bloc amendments, I just want to respond quickly to a claim that has been made again on this floor that was made in the Rules Committee by my friend on the other side of the aisle, that the Magnitsky Act has already adequately covered LGBTQI human rights violations. And I'm going to say it one more time. That is simply factually incorrect. All of the cases that my friend cited, Mr. Speaker, do not involve LGBTQI people, save one. There is one case, one specific LGBTQI case in which sanctions were imposed in 2019 against the Chechnyan leader for kidnapping, torturing, and killing members of the LGBTQI community. The cases that she makes reference to in Bangladesh, in Cuba, and Uganda involve judicial corruption, they involve a government crackdown on democracy, but they don't involve individuals who are targeted or brutalized because they were members of the LGBTQI community. So there is, in fact, not sufficient use of Magnitsky. That's what the Global Respect Act will fix. It will make sanctions against such individuals a mandatory requirement, a visa sanction. So this idea of pulling other human rights cases and saying, isn't this enough? It's not. This is a growing and serious and deadly problem. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move these amendments which, taken together, both strengthen the bill and make a strong statement that the United States stands with the LGBTQI community around the world. This package of amendments clarifies that torture is part of the definition of a human rights violation. This definition, which we have used since the passage of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, makes it clear that its actions torture, cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment that leads to sanctions. These amendments firmly state that the value of religious freedom is protected. The United States has long been a leader in protecting freedom of religion, and our foreign policy must uphold that tradition. The Harder Amendment within the en bloc makes it clear that no one, I repeat, no one will be sanctioned due to their religious beliefs. Instead, only those who commit egregious acts of violence, torture, enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings will be denied entry to the United States. And despite what some of my colleagues may say, religious freedom is not in conflict with the promotion of global LGBTQI rights. This amendment acknowledges this truth and upholds the rights of all people, regardless of their religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or sex characteristics, to be protected from violence and brutality. These amendments will also provide the Biden-Harris administration with additional tools to continue its historic work to build the international coalition of countries protecting LGBTQI people. It's important that we stand with countries around the world, including those like Botswana, which legalized same-sex relationships in 2019 to strengthen equality around the globe. With today's vote, the U.S. House will send a strong message around the world that every member of the LGBTQI community deserves to live with dignity and free from violence, unlawful detention, torture, and other forms of brutality. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Rhode Island reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I just want to focus on a couple, just to respond a little bit to the sponsor. And again, I can't say enough that we support and echo the sentiments of protecting the rights of LGBT community around the world and at home. But this bill actually mirrors the Global Magnitsky Act, and the language is the same. And so it's kind of hard to argue we should just have another set of standards and require even more reporting from a State Department that's overwhelmed by issues around the world when we already have this. And if you look at these instances, the State Department doesn't disclose necessarily what the nature of it is, but because of the confidentiality. But if you actually go into a Google search and look at the reporting in each of these countries, they are all based on LGBT conduct against people with LGBT leanings. And that's why the act was used. The State Department preserves confidentiality. So in the end, yes, we are using this act right now, today, to condemn and to sanction this activity against the LGBT community around the world. So I imposed the en bloc of amendments. While some of the amendments are well-intentioned, they're ultimately duplicative, again, just like the underlying act, unnecessarily, and require the Department of State to do what it's already doing in practice. For example, The Gottheimer Amendment, number 2, requires a study examining risks to the LGBTQI individuals. The State Department publishes its annual country reports on human rights practices each year, including this data, and they just provided another report recently. Human rights officers who are stationed at our embassies and consulates around the world meet routinely with local activists and local officials to gain this information. They talk to individuals on the ground to compile these reports, which are detailed and comprehensive. Each regional bureau in the department is involved in this process. This amendment therefore calls for the department to do what it is already doing and is burdensome on the Foreign Service officers and career officials. Other amendments, like the Harder Amendment, number 7, also very well-intentioned and also, messaging in a very positive way, show that the Democrats know they've overreached on the bill. The Harder Amendment prevents sanctions against any individual based solely upon religious belief. I agree with this sentiment, but at markup, Democrats rejected a very similar religious freedom and free speech amendment offered by Representative Scott Perry. The rationale was, well, this bill just isn't about that. Well, it seems one of their colleagues disagrees. While I appreciate the Democrats are willing to acknowledge some of the flaws in the bill, the Harder Amendment is also insufficient. The amendment speaks only of religious belief. It does not speak to situations in which religious adherents manifest or express their beliefs in daily life. So under Representative Harder's amendment, a person who expresses belief in the traditional family or in conventional human biology could still be sanctioned because sanctions would not be based on beliefs, but rather on actions. This amendment is not as robust as the measure that Representative Perry put forward at markup, and we have no choice but to oppose it. This en bloc does not contain amendments that would enhance the legislation, in our opinion. Instead, these amendments seek to add safeguards to a bill that, as I've explained, is duplicative, unnecessary, and even dangerous insofar as it could be used by the left to target political opponents in the international culture wars. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to proactively prevent human rights abuses against LGBTQI individuals. As the Congresswoman representing the LGBTQI capital of the South, this amendment is just another way that my district is leading the way to achieve human rights and equity for all. Decades of advocacy, from Atlanta's first Gay Pride March in 1971 to annual events like Black Pride and Southern Fried Queer Pride, have made Atlanta the city too busy to hate. Atlanta gets a perfect score from the Human Rights Campaign, and the community that the Black and LGBTQ+ activists have created in Atlanta is the kind of world that we want everywhere. At home, we have a saying, Atlanta influences everything. And my amendment is designed to do just that by extending human rights protections beyond my city and our nation's borders. With my amendment, the State Department will study how it can better coordinate internationally to prevent international human rights abuses based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics before those abuses occur. This will create a better world for everyone, no matter where they live, who they love, or how they identify. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Rhode Island reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
I yield back the balance of our time.
Yeah, okay. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to respond quickly to 2 things before I close. The first is, again, the Global Respect Act, like Magnitsky, does not punish and cannot be invoked for speech. It's very clear that has never been used in that way. It specifically targets conduct. But out of abundance of caution, to reassure our colleagues on this side of the aisle, Mr. Harder offers an amendment that makes that explicit, that says no one will be sanctioned due to their religious beliefs. Instead, only those who commit egregious acts of violence, including torture and forced disappearance or extrajudicial killings, will be denied entry into the United States. And so this notion of like, well, we were concerned about this religion issue, but when it's explicitly addressed because it's offered by a Democrat through the amendment process and not a Republican, it doesn't satisfy my friends on the other side of the aisle. It's very disappointing, very disappointing. This Global Respect Act legislation is designed to address a real problem. And I will just say one last time, in Section 3 of the bill, the language in the bill includes gross violations of internationally recognized human rights as codified in 22 U.S.C. 2304. What is that? Not your view on marriage, not whether you like someone. It is defined as torture or cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges and trial, causing the disappearance of persons by the abduction and clandestine detention of those persons, and other flagrant denials of the right to life, liberty, or the security of the person. This is a well-established definition for gross human rights violations. This bill simply says if you engage in that kind of behavior, you do not have a right to enter the United States of America. We will deny you a visa because we stand for human rights. So I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc amendment, support this bill, be proud today that the United States is standing again for the protection of human rights of all people here in the United States and around the world. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 900, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. The question is on the amendments en bloc. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to.
Speaker.
For what purposes, gentleman from Louisiana?
Call for recorded vote on the en bloc amendment.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Okay. So I don't need that. No. Okay. Got to get my Rex here. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania and Mr. David Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on the amendments in block. Thank you.
Pennsylvania seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursued the House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the green in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. Plus the other.
Is Ed a proxy too? Okay. So, yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lee Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote nay on the amendments in bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Mr. Larson of Connecticut, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
Gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on the Cicilline amendment.
For gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona and Representative Omar from Minnesota, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lucas and by Mr. Johnson, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas and Mr. Johnson will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote no on the Cicilline amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments in bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the amendments on en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State and Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, Juan Vargas, and Mr. Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the amendments en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on the amendments en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn votes no on the amendments en bloc. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Yes, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the amendment en bloc.
Gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on the
I thought she did, Lucas. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa will vote no on en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman of the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia?
Members Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doggett and Mr. Desaulnier, Ms. Moore and Mr. Swazi, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on the amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
The gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote no on the amendment en bloc.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
The nays are 2. The amendment. The previous clause. Those in favor say aye. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to impose persons responsible for violations of internationally recognized human rights against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex.
Who's gonna, what's this? Can I go? The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Electronic device. Must seek recognition.
Designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on H.R. 3485.
I know. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Alva and Ms. Omar of Minnesota, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution A, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on H.R. 3485. Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on H.R. 3485. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota?
As a member of the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Maryland Strickland, Karen Bass of the state of California, I announce that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Christ of the House, that both members will vote yea on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on the bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.R. 3485. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, Juan Vargas, and Pete Aguilar. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote nay on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Mr. Larson of Connecticut, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa will vote no on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn votes no on H.R. 3485. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member speaker designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 3485.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? You're recognized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on H.R. 3485.
Thank you. Is Hakeem next? Or? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Tonko, as a member designated by the member Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote nay on H.R. 3485.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doggett, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Swazi, I rise and inform the House that these members will be voting aye on H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
Purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote no on final passage of H.R. 3485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote aye on H.R. 3485.
This is the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by members Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3485.
Have all members? On this vote, the yeas are 227 and the nays are 206. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready to go? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3539, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
H.R. 3539, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 223 West Chilean, Santo Papa in Hagnan, Guam, as the Antanasio Tatino Perez Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Pardon me? Members will record their votes by electronic device. It's a 15-minute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 3539. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar would vote yea on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chair Waters, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform Mr. Lawson to vote yes on H.R. 3539.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on H.R. 3539. Thank you.
From Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on H.R. 3539. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn votes yes on H.R. 3539. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Mr. Larson of Connecticut, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Tonko, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert of the great state of Texas will vote yea on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote aye on H.R. 3539.
The gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Ms. Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yea on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland, Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Dr. Lowenthal of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on H.R. 3539.
Florida? How could I guess? How could I miss? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote yes on the measure.
Does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Mr. Snyder of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doggett, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Swazi, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on H.R. 3959.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, Juan Vargas, and Pete Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. on H.R. 3539.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher of Idaho will vote yes on H.R. 3539.
purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 3539, and thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Christ of Florida, I inform the House vote yea on H.R. 30.
Is that all the proxies now? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Reed will vote aye on H.R. 3539.
Members. This vote, the yeas are 417, the nays are 1, 2 are recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We're going with this? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2842, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will please report the title.
H.R. 2842, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 120 4th Street in Petaluma, California, as the Lynn C. Woolsey Post Office Building.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. I'll do that for. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Mr. Larson of Connecticut, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote nay on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on H.R. 2842. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.R. 2842. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Yes. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar would vote yea on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Mr. Snyder of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 2842.
Purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland, Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Dr. Lowenthal of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated of Florida, I inform that Mr. Dunn votes no on H.R. 2842. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
Says the gentleman from Texas.
By Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer of the great state of Texas will.
Illinois seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Ms. Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R.
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Karen Bass of California, will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of the Sunshine State, I inform Jimenez will vote yay on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, that he will vote R 2842 in with respect for our colleague Congresswoman Lynn.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert and Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Soto and inform the House that these 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, Juan Vargas, and Pete Aguilar, I inform this House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote no on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Doggett, Mr. Desaulnier, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Swazi, I rise and inform the House these members will vote aye on H.R. 2842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Kaufman, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 2842.
Purposes, am I on? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on H.R. 2842.
For what reason does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed in New York, I'm from the House. Mr. Reed will vote aye on H.R. 2842.
On this vote, the yeas are 245, the nays 167, one voting present. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 1440.
So ordered. I couldn't hear. Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Investing in innovation is vital to strengthening America's economic and national security. That's why I supported the America Competes Act of 2022, which makes a historic investment in American technology and innovation. This bipartisan bill addresses 21st century challenges by turbocharging the domestic production of semiconductors, increasing the manufacturing workforce, and investing in STEM education. I'm proud that my amendment, which creates partnerships with local industries to tailor STEM education to local economic needs, was included in the House version of the bill. This amendment will broaden the scope of STEM education and offer new opportunities in rural communities like much of my district. With transformative investments in some of Illinois' biggest industries like manufacturing, education, energy, and biotechnology, the America Competes Act will strengthen the STEM pipeline in my district and across the country. I am proud of this bipartisan effort to support American economic competitiveness and urge my Senate colleagues to act quickly to send this legislation to the President's desk. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we passed 100,000 overdose deaths this year, a 28% increase. The amount of fentanyl seized at our southern border, is over 100 million pills and 11,000 pounds. Now, as a physician who's administered fentanyl, this is enough to kill hundreds of millions of Americans. The price of heroin is now down to $20 a dose, the price of fentanyl down to $2. One stunning supply chain success this administration has under its belt is the fentanyl supply chain across our southern border. And one place this administration has successfully fought inflation is in lowering the price of illegal opioids on our streets. The latest effort by this administration to promote drug use is now to spend $30 million to supply clean crack smoking pipes to addicts. Mr. Speaker, just say no. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because there is a humanitarian crisis in Syria right now. For the past 2 years, there have been tens of thousands of Syrians in Rukban settlement suffering from not only starvation, but a lack of medical care. The last remaining UNICEF clinic in the encampment closed in March of 2020, right at the onset of the global pandemic. Since then, thousands in the camp have tested positive, but have nowhere to quarantine. They don't have access to vaccines, they don't have access to medical care, they do not have access to clean water. With Russia and Assad preventing aid from reaching the camp, I am calling on the U.S. to implore immediate action to intervene and help. We have a fundamental obligation to save thousands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate and thank Sharon Hughes for her 20 years of service to the 8th District of Ohio. Sharon was born in Marion, Ohio, and she worked for Congressman John Boehner from 2002 and she's since 2016. She served as a caseworker and office manager and also directed the Military Academy Congressional Art Competition with excellence as well. Outside of her congressional work, she's also served in several leadership roles for the Butler Orchestra. During her 20 years of service to the 8th District of Ohio, Sharon's made a difference in the federal benefits, solving tax return problems, acquiring service records, passports, and military service disability compensation. Thank you, Sharon, so much for everything you've done for Ohio's 8th District. Enjoy your work.
What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for...
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor and remembrance of Legislative Force Brigadier General Charles McGee, who peacefully departed on the 2000 and one of the last surviving. Charles McGee lived a full and beautiful life of bravery, perseverance. He was the embodiment of hope. As a Tuskegee Airman, he made his first black military aviator, flying 400 combat missions in 3 wars. In addition to his life of service, Mr. McGee created an enduring legacy through the family that he grew. He married the love of his life, Miss Frances Nelson, in 50 years. 3 children, Charlene, Ronald, and Yvonne, 10 grandchildren, 14 great-grandchildren, and 1 history is American history. And Charles McGee is an American hero. General McGee's legacy was incredible. The lives he touched, including my own. General, our beloved Papa Gee, reunited with your love, Francis, with the wind forever at your back and the clearest blue skies ahead. Thank you. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak about a great Nebraskan and a great American. His name is Dwight L. Clemens, and he died last week at 102 years old. Dwight Clemens was born in Elmwood, Nebraska, and he went on to study at the University of Nebraska and got a degree in business. But this is the interesting part, Mr. Speaker. His education was disrupted by World War II, where he served as an Army combat engineer in France until the war ended in 1945. After the war, Dwight earned his law degree at the University of Nebraska, then returned to small-town Elmwood to work at the family-owned American Exchange Bank and to join the law firm with his father, Clements Law Firm. He continued in banking and law until he retired in 1985, but this is the point, Mr. Speaker. Dwight Clements, he was a humble, dutiful, small-town Nebraskan. But as a member of the greatest generation, he served something far larger than himself. Through a sense of duty, selflessness, sacrifice, and patriotism, he represented the kind of person that not only holds Nebraska together, but holds America together. May he rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the Thornton Fire Department in Thornton, Colorado, for earning the 2021 Congressional Fire Service Institute's Massimo Excellence in Fire Service-based EMS Award, which is given annually to the top fire department in the country. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Thornton Fire Department has gone above and beyond to serve their communities. As part of their efforts, they created a pandemic response team, which has conducted over 20,000 COVID tests for public employees, senior citizens, first responders, and other community members. When vaccines became available, the pandemic response team expanded their services to administer over 80,000 vaccinations at drive-through sites for city employees and other community members. The pandemic response team's success led other fire agencies around the country to look to Thornton as a model for how to effectively respond to the challenges of COVID-19. In a very difficult year for fire and emergency services, the Thornton Fire Department's innovative approach to rapidly changing public health crisis is something we should all thank them and model.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as our nation faces major foreign and domestic challenges brought on by the weakness of the Biden administration. The border crisis, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, the failure to hold China accountable, and the greenlighting of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and minor incursion remarks have sent signals of weakness to our global adversaries. That weakness is now being tested as Russian aggression threatens the sovereignty of our strategic partners in the Ukraine. This threat to the Ukraine is also a threat to democracy. Ukraine needs our support to defend itself, and that means sending a strong signal by supporting more military and security equipment, as well as immediate financial and economic and energy sanctions against the Russians. At this time, our national sovereignty has been betrayed by the administration. Illegal immigrants, drugs are flowing across the southern border at a record pace. We must act to secure our borders and support the Ukraine. Failure to do so will weaken our national security for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last year more than 100,000 Americans died from drug overdoses, 60% of them from fentanyl. These were mothers and fathers. They were relatives, neighbors, friends. They were my nephew, Eli. Eli died from an unintentional fentanyl overdose using a legal herbal supplement that had been laced with fentanyl. And he would have turned 21 tomorrow. What happened to Eli is not unique. Young people on social media who think that they're buying Adderall or Xanax are being sold fentanyl-contaminated counterfeits. It is the responsibility of every member of Congress to acknowledge that fentanyl is killing our constituents everywhere in America. We know that the chemicals to develop these drugs originate in China. They're shipped to Mexico. They flood our country. We know that social platforms are capable of changing their algorithms to cut dealers' access to buyers. And we know that fentanyl test strips save lives but remain illegal in too many states. Mr. Speaker, we can't address these challenges. It's how we ensure that our kids, other kids like Eli,
Gentleman's time has expired.
Aren't lost and don't miss the opportunity to celebrate their 21st birthday. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize Turner Syndrome Awareness Month and my constituent, Nicole Cleveland, for bringing attention to this little-known disease. At birth, Nicole was diagnosed with TS and was told she may never walk again. She did. Nicole was told that she'd never go to college. She did, and she graduated from Morningside University with a degree in political science and journalism. But Nicole did not stop there. She went on to be the youngest woman ever elected to the Sergeant Bluff City Council and will be releasing her first book this spring called The Butterfly Chronicles. For the more than 7 and girls who have TS. In conjunction with her advocacy, I will soon be Protecting Girls with Turner Syndrome Act to criminalize the abortion of any baby diagnosed with teaches me that every person is created for a purpose, and Nicole certainly created as a special one. Thank you of TS and sharing your message of optimism and hope with so many people. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to call for an extension of the critical child tax credit. Here's the truth. Before expiring, the expanded child tax kept million children out of poverty, and they helped countless people make ends meet. The child tax credit lifeline for more than 35 million American families. This includes more than 70,000 in my district, which has Shanice, a mother of 3 from Cleveland, used the payments to pay rent and afford basic necessities. But now, she says she is just getting by and she is looking for side jobs to support her family. It is time to extend the child. We must not let families down. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, unanimous.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greater Cincinnati is in the grips of Bengals fever. From celebrations at bars and restaurants and at home, in wall-to-wall coverage on the nightly news, everyone is celebrating the city of Cheviot on Cincinnati's west side just renamed a number of streets after Bengals players. So Cheviot residents go Borough Way rather than Harrison Avenue, and Chase Drive instead of Glenmore Avenue. And we faced legendary 49ers quarterback Joe Montana for the second time at the Super Bowl. City Council at the time, and Montana Avenue became Esiason Street. That and I'll just hooday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Minnesota is known for our winters. Most think we endure them, but the truth is we celebrate them, from ice fishing to pond hockey. That's why I rise today to honor the 23 Minnesotans representing Team USA at this year's Winter Games. Despite a population of under 6 million states and 61 of the 91 nations at the Olympics. 5 of those athletes hail from the district I represent, Minnesota's frozen third, including Jake Brown, Brock Faber, Danny Cameronese. This is the first Winter Games in history to rely on almost 100% artificial snow, and if climate change continues to accelerate, my district rely on snow in winter, like Strata Systems, which helped design the sleds for our luge team, and Polaris, the iconic snow. Cold all around the world, and I invite my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help us do so. With that,
From California seek recognition.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise its standard remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The California's high-speed rail has issued a new draft business plan for the year 2020. It shows now a new price tag of $105 billion, which is an increase of $5 billion. Now, the original price that voters agreed to back in 2008 when it was placed on the ballot in front of them was a $33 billion, not $105 billion plan. Notably, it will now install a second rail between tracks. 2 tracks that won't actually travel at high speeds because they can't get up to speed in that amount of distance. 2 tracks that we'll be calling, I guess, ghost passengers for people that aren't going to be using this project anyway between Bakersfield and Merced. Every transit agency We need to be willing to be spending money in our forestry as our forests burn every year instead of this hole of good money for a project that isn't helping anybody. I yield back.
Woman from North Carolina, seek recognition.
I seek recognition for to speak for one, to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of a loving mother, grandmother, and a remarkable trailblazer for civil rights. She had a life from her first heroic actions at the Savannah sit-in to her years of advising Governor Hunt on legislation. As Guilford County's first African-American chairwoman in 2005, where she continued to serve for decades. Commissioner Coleman, North Carolina Association of Black County Officials Frederick Douglass Award during the pandemic, a testament to her unwavering commitment to immediately went to her. Had the power to change minds and encourage others to join her. Made a consistent and admirable impact on the community. Carolyn Coleman had a kind heart and a relentless spirit. She will be deeply missed by the Triad community, but a legacy and a loving family. May her memory be a blessing for all who knew her.
Wisconsin, seek recognition.
Ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute. As we break here for a recess, it's important to remember still a very serious, and a little under 2,000 people a day are dying of it. I have been sure to use remdesivir and not enough opportunity to use ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine to treat horrific disease. This is unprecedented that people would step in. As I understand it, hospitals are billing out over $3,000 a day for ivermectin, but they may be getting under $50 or $60 a day for ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. The combination of doctors being prevented from doing what they want and the fact that some people are making a lot more money on one drug than the other is something the press should be looking into, and it's something I think our oversight committee should be looking into. So I hope if anybody's paying attention, you pick up on this story and see what the real background is. I'm not an expert on the topic, but experts on the topic do believe that people are dying unnecessarily. Thank you very much.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly stand before you to celebrate the 14th independence of Kosovo, one of the world's youngest nations. Rising from the ruins of ethnic cleansing at the murderous hands of one of the worst dictators in the 20th century, Kosovo has built a burgeoning democracy in whose heart the United States holds a special place. Indeed, the U.S. has no greater friend in Southeast Europe than Kosovo, and Kosovo should have no greater friend in the world than the U.S. We owe it to that friendship, as well as to the greater cause of democracy, to stand firmly with Kosovo as it seeks universal recognition from the international community and membership in both the EU and NATO. The time has come for Kosovo to be given the full respect and recognition that an independent country deserves. The United States must stand with those that not only stand with America, but also stand for America. Kosovo stands for the American vision of a more democratic world. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Haven J. Barlow. Utah lost a community giant who lived to be 100 years old. It's hard to believe, but Haven's life was nearly cut short when at just 9 months old, a train struck the Model T Ford he was riding in, killing his mother and 3 other passengers. Fortunately, he survived, and he lived a life full of service to others. Haven served our country as a Navy ensign in World War II and was the longest-serving state legislator in Utah history, first elected in 1953 and served until 1995. Haven's service to Utah and Davis County is immeasurable, where he spent much of his time focused on matters pertaining to education. He led the fight to establish and fund the first state vocational institution in Davis County, now Davis Technical College, the establishment of Weber State Davis Campus, and Utah's creation of the Weighted Pupil Index, WPU, ensuring a child can get the same level of education regardless of where they lived. In addition, Haven helped establish the Hill Aerospace Museum, the Freeport Center, and restoration of Utah's Governor's Mansion, and was behind the original Utah Symphony Endowment Fund. Haven was married to Bonnie Ray Ellison for 58 years before her passing and raised 6 children. He is a Utah legend, and we honor him in his passing. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the passage of the Global Respect Act. I thank Congressman Cicilline for sponsoring this legislation, and also to Chairman Meeks and the Speaker for bringing it to the floor. Human dignity is a basic human right, yet LGBTQ individuals are often targets for harassment, violence, and even death, simply based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. As chair of the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Subcommittee, I am committed to protecting and promoting the human rights and dignity of all people, especially those who are marginalized and most vulnerable, such as LGBTQ individuals. And I am so proud that in the House Fiscal 22 SFOPS bill, we provided $15 million for the Global Equality Fund at the State Department and $10 million for the protection of LGBTQ persons at USAID. The Global Respect Act will ensure that the administration has the tools it needs to advance the rights of all human beings, regardless of who they are or who they love. This bill upholds our core values of tolerance and compassion for our fellow human beings. And I want to congratulate this body for voting for this bill today.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise in strong support of H.R. 3485, the Global Respect Act of 2021, which mandates a listing of and visa restrictions on foreign persons responsible for or complicit in human rights violations against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, the LGBTQI persons. It is very difficult for these individuals to suffer what they suffer. This community, of course, faces discrimination and violence and bigotry all over the world. 68 countries criminalize same-sex sexual relations, which means that more than 1/3 of the United Nations member states criminalize consenting adult and same-sex sexual relations. It includes nation-states in Africa. In up to 9 countries, same-sex and sexual relations may be punishable by death, and so-called anti-LGBTQ plus propaganda laws inhibit LGBTQ plus advocacy in at least 3 countries. Let me thank Mr. Cicilline and the leadership for putting this bill forward. This is a bipartisan bill with a list of foreign individuals found responsible for human rights violations against this community. I am supporting this bill because it has teeth, because it requires denial or revocation of visas. Let me ask the Senate to pass Global Respect Act, H.R. 3485.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman of South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, and I want to thank the distinguished Majority Whip for yielding me the time and for his commitment to justice and all necessary to make this country a better place for everybody. Mr. Speaker, some say that time heals all wounds. And in the hours right after the January 6th attack, I was hopeful that with time, America might begin to heal too. That in the wake of such a dastardly attack on our democracy, Republicans would recoil in disgust at what they had created. That after the President of the United States whipped a violent mob into a frenzy and sent them here to attack Congress, they might finally say enough is enough. That didn't happen, and it's not going to. The Republican National Committee just called January 6th, and I quote, legitimate political discourse. Legitimate political discourse? They had lead pipes and guns. They destroyed property and beat cops. Give me a break. Sadly, this is just their latest attempt to rewrite history. Last year, they called January 6th, and I quote, a normal tourist visit. They continue obstructing the January 6th Select Committee. They continue spreading the big lie that the election was stolen, despite overwhelming, incontrovertible evidence that it wasn't. The former president again promised to pardon those who engaged in violence if he assumes office again. This week, we learned that he considered using the military to seize ballot boxes. Now, there's a sentence that sends a chill down my spine. You know, I credit Leader McConnell, who rebuked his party this week. He said January 6th was, quote, a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. But he's the exception. For a majority of Republicans, things have not changed. They've stayed the same, stuck in a QAnon fever dream, waiting at the beck and call of a twice impeached ex-president who spent his retirement shredding evidence at Mar-a-Lago. Time has not stiffened their spines. It hasn't jolted them into reality or brought us together like we were in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. January 6th hasn't become a turning point. Instead, it's become a talking point. This is the new Republican reality. To gain support from the ex-president, you have to repeat a lie that the election was stolen. And to maintain the support of the Republican Party, you have to repeat another lie, that January 6th wasn't a violent uprising against America. There's a word for that, Mr. Speaker. It's called fascism. It's a jarring word, one I don't use lightly. So let me be clear exactly how I mean it. Fascism isn't about a particular set of beliefs or political ideology. It's about power and the lengths to which some people will go to acquire and retain it. For decades, America fought against fascism. But today, a growing movement here at home seeks to upend norms, settle disagreement with violence, and silence the truth. Free societies, American philosopher Jason Stanley says, require truth. And so, to smash freedom, you must smash truth. So let me say this plainly. The election was not stolen. Trump-appointed judges say it was not stolen. Republican-led investigations say it was not stolen. Republican officials responsible for counting votes say it wasn't stolen. And if you're an elected official and you continue smashing the truth, even after all that we have learned about what happened on January 6th, you are supporting fascism. What's happening is not new. Even the earliest philosophers saw that democracies are particularly susceptible to tyranny. There's no reason to believe it can't happen here. What is special about America isn't the strength of our institutions alone. It is the strength and courage of the people willing to stand up and fight for them. And that's why I'm glad the January 6th Select Committee is doing its work. I'm grateful President Biden isn't falling for false claims of executive privilege by the ex-president designed to cover up what went on. And I'm proud of the people who keep showing up day in and day out despite going through hell that day, from congressional staff to the administrative staff, to cafeteria workers, to the cleaning crews, to the Capitol Police. Each of you is playing a vital role in defending our democracy. But make no mistake, we are standing on the precipice. When we spend hours and hours debating whether state legislatures should be allowed to nullify ballots, when politicians call an attempt to violently overthrow the United States government legitimate political discourse, we are in a dangerous spot. The insurrection, conspiracy theories, the big lie, voter suppression, they're all branches of the same tree. And at the root of all of it is power. Now, I don't have a magic wand to make it better. I have a warning. Time won't heal our wounds or rein in fascism in America. That's why we must demand the truth. And if we don't, the people who are trying to normalize what happened on January 6th won't be dismissed. They'll be empowered. God help us all, and God help the United States of America if that happens. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his comments, and I thank him very much for yielding back the time. Mr. Speaker, I come to the floor today to discuss some other theories and to really honor this month, Black History Month, with first an announcement. Last year, the governor of Kentucky wrote the President Biden, asking him to promote Colonel Charles Young to Brigadier General. Now, Charles Young is not a name that most people in the country probably recognize. He was a Buffalo soldier. He was the third African American to graduate from West Point. And stories are legendary as to what he went through. He was born a son of slaves back in 1864 in Kentucky. But he rose and went into the military at the urging of his father and performed heroically. However, for obvious reasons, he was stuck at lieutenant colonel and never got the promotions he deserved. So posthumously, the Defense Department last week, upon the request of the governor of Kentucky, and I was pleased to write a letter to the president in support of that request. Last week, he was promoted to general. And I thank the Defense Department for repairing that fault. Now, Mr. Speaker, Black History Month started out back in 1926. It started by Carter G. Woodson, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, and the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. Now, Dr. Woodson is known by most of us as the father of Black history. He has some strong feelings about the contributions that African Americans were making to this great country that were going untold and intentionally ignored. So he and the association lobbied for a week to focus the country's attention on the contributions of Black Americans. He was successful. And as I said in 1926, the week was established. Now, back in the 60s, many campuses, college and university campuses, had a lot of activity going on those campuses, and I'm very familiar with some of them. But one of the things that came up was this focus on the contributions of African Americans. And so a movement started on these campuses. They decided, in fact, quite frankly, I believe it was Kent University was the first university decided that it would just celebrate and focus on African American history for the entire month of February, that the week was not enough. Now, we hear a lot of stories about February being the shortest month of the year and why that was set aside for the study of black history. Well, the fact of the matter is the number of days in the month had nothing to do with it. It was all about 2 days in the month of February. When the agreement was made to celebrate black history, Carter G. Woodson and the association picked February because February 12th was the birthday of Abraham Lincoln, February 14th, the birthday of Frederick Douglass. So to embrace both those birthdays, they picked a week in February that would embrace the two. That's how it got to be February. And then, of course, with the agitation on the college campuses, they asked they just started a tradition of just celebrating the whole month. And of course, in I believe it was in 69, the activities took place up at Kent. In 1976, President Gerald Ford decided to officially recognize the month of February as Black History Month. That's how we got to this point, and every president since has followed suit. Now today, the teaching of Black history has taken on a new meaning in this polarized country that we are currently experiencing. Education Week, the publication Education Week, reports that since January 2021, 13 months, in the last 13 months, 14 states, led by Republicans, through Black History Month, as I just indicated, was established officially by a Republican president, Gerald Ford. But we have become so polarized, and we have so politicized what is not a political issue, that in the last 13 months, 14 states, led by Republican governors, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Utah, Oklahoma, Texas, Iowa, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Montana, and Idaho have all imposed restrictions or bans on teaching about racial issues. And legislation is currently pending in another 23 states. These states claim to be protecting the K through 12 students from being taught critical race theory, or, as we've seen in some publications, things that make white children uncomfortable. I would like to remind all of us, especially my friends on the other side of the aisle, that theory is part of higher education experience and is not part of any curriculum in K through 12. Instead, these students are being taught facts, what I call critical race facts. Now, all of us are aware of the contributions of people like Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and none of us seem to be uncomfortable with knowing about these people. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of other people of color who have made significant contributions to the growth and development of this great country that have been intentionally left out of our history books. And for some strange reason, people seem to feel that students will be uncomfortable learning about those contributions. It is important to the full development of all children to be taught exactly what this country is all about. Let me offer a few examples of what I am talking about here. In fact, I opened up Black History Month this year, speaking to students over at Gonzaga High School. And in that speech, as I have done on this floor, I looked up at the lights and I talked to those students a little bit about the person that history records as responsible for the light bulb, Thomas Edison. Nobody argues with that. We are very comfortable with knowing that, reading about that in the history books and studying about Thomas Edison that many of us call the greatest inventor of all times. But the fact of the matter is that Thomas Edison did invent the light bulb. But a very critical, unknown fact to most people is that he could not get the light bulb to work. He could get it to come on, but he couldn't get it to stay on. And it was not until someone told Thomas Edison about an African American, a young man, the son of former slaves. His parents had escaped from slavery and was living up in Massachusetts. A young man, totally different from Thomas Edison, Louis Latimer. Thomas Edison was informed that, you know, this light bulb that you got here that you can't get to stay on, this guy up there in Massachusetts might be able to solve your problem if you can just step outside of your comfort zone. No, it may be uncomfortable, but if you can step outside of your comfort zone and go up there and sit down with Louis Latimer, because this man has invented a filament that might make your light bulb work. Thomas Edison decided to do that. He wanted to light the world. He was having problems. For some reason, he could not get it done. So he went up to Massachusetts and he sat down with Louis Latimer. And sure enough, Louis Latimer's filament, when put inside of Thomas Edison's light bulb, it worked. And together, they lit the world. It should not be uncomfortable for people to know about Lewis Latimer. What is that? That's not critical race theory. That is a critical racial fact that ought to be known by all children and adults. And what is wrong with teaching that in the classrooms? For some strange reason, a lot of people seem to feel that would be uncomfortable for children to learn. There are many other examples like that. I think today of another one. The steam engine. Nobody will argue about how important the steam engine was and still is to the Industrial Revolution. And if you ask people, most people, from the books they have learned, who invented the steam engine, they will tell you Thomas Savery. And they would be correct. But when Thomas Savery invented the steam engine, it would overheat, and they would have to cut the engine off. And sometimes, in order for they keep from cutting it off, they would employ a person they called an oiler. And that person's job was to pour oil on this engine so it would keep running. They would not have to shut it down. And it was a very dangerous job. Some lost their limbs carrying out their duties. But there was a guy working in a similar situation who came up with an automatic oil pan. He designed a way for the engine to self-lubricate, so you would not have to turn it off and lose production. So you would not have to employ a person who could lose a limb. That man there was Elijah McCoy. Also, according to my research, a son of slaves. He was a prolific inventor. This was just one of the things that he invented. In fact, Elijah McCoy's genius was so well thought of and highly respected. And he had invented so many things to make life better, to make production more profitable, to make this country a better place. And out of respect for his genius, the stories are told that whenever anybody came up with some gadget or something to make it life easier, the question was asked often, is this a real McCoy? It's very comfortable for people to, even today, use that phrase, ask that question. Is that the real McCoy? Or you, the real McCoy? Why would it be so uncomfortable for children in the classroom to know that that iconic phrase came about as a result of the significant contribution to the human spirit, to the greatness of America, by an African American named Elijah McCoy? Why is that to be uncomfortable? There's nothing that should be uncomfortable about that. I also think today about another African American, Garrett A. Morgan. Now, all of us marvel at the gas mask. I remember as a child, the first time I saw one and experimented with how it worked. I had no idea of the origin of it at the time. In fact, if I were to read the books that were published, I still would not have known the real origin. Because in the books, they will tell you that John Haldane, a Scottish inventor who came to this country and supposedly during World War I invented the first gas mask. But the critical fact is World War I started in 1914, ended in 1918. But in 1911, or thereabouts, a man named Garrett Morgan, also from Kentucky, he was born to a mother who was Native American and a father who was African American, who was also a former slave. Morgan, in 1914, at the beginning of World War I, invented the gas mask. And that gas mask was used in 1916 in New York City to save the lives of over 500 people caught in some kind of an accident. Now, if you look at the calendar, this was done before John Haldane, whatever contraption he may have developed. Now, the story of Garrett Morgan is kind of interesting and a little bit, maybe to some, I know to me, is uncomfortable to think about. Because Garrett Morgan experienced a lot of difficulty trying to sell his gas mask. And the only reason people wanted to use it for a big event in Cleveland, Ohio, people wanted the gas mask, but they wouldn't buy it from him because of his color. So Garrett Morgan hired a white actor to pose as the inventor. And he went along with the inventor and he put the gas mask, the hood on, to demonstrate it. And, of course, to hide who he really was. That's how he was able to sell his gas mask. As effective as it was, as good of an invention that it was, they would not buy it from him simply because of his skin color. Now, that might have disappointed him, and it certainly should have, but he didn't let that deter him. He went on with other inventions, and some know that it is Garrett A. Morgan that is credited with being the inventor of the traffic light. So, these inventions that made life easier for people, made industrial plants more productive, made our streets safer, made our existence much more pleasant and much more conducive to reading, to getting around, all by African Americans. What is uncomfortable about teaching this in our classrooms? What is so bad about children knowing this? Why shouldn't the descendants, and there are some of all three of these people, why shouldn't their descendants be made to feel proud of the contributions of their great, 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 maybe more greats, grandfather or great uncle or aunt? Why would anybody be uncomfortable with that? But that's not the only field this is in. I often talk about Charles Drew. You know, when I was growing up, polio visited my neighborhood twice, leaving one of my playmates dead and another one crippled for life. And along came Jonah Salk and Albert Sabin, two men who happened to have been born white, two men who had a certain genius, who did significant research. Because of their genius and because of their great research, they were able to unlock some secrets, and together they virtually eliminated polio from the face of the earth. There's nothing uncomfortable about talking about that and people learning about that. So why would it be uncomfortable for the guy who was able to unlock some secrets of the blood cells, Charles Drew, an African-American born right here in Washington, D.C., who, because of his research, he was able to figure out how to store blood, save it, until it was needed. Blood spoils once it leaves the human body. But Charles Drew opened up some secrets to figure out how to store blood and save it until it was needed. Now, he has a pretty interesting history also. Charles Drew headed up the blood bank, went off to Europe to head up the blood bank. His genius was recognized. But it's kind of interesting because he resigned from the job. Why? Because they insisted that the blood coming from black people had to be stored separately from the blood coming from white people. Sounds a little bit silly today, but that's what they did. Soldiers dying on the battlefield because of the loss of blood. And you got to take the time to find out, wait a minute, this is a black soldier, so we got to find some blood from a black person. And scientifically, it's been proven forever that it ain't no difference in the blood. And today, we don't separate the blood anymore because we learned better. And we got a little saying in the neighborhood I grew up in, when a person learns better, a person will do better. Well, I'm hoping that we'll take a little time to learn better about the history of African Americans. And maybe if we did, we'll do better. Now, I don't want to leave it at there without bringing up another incident, because this is one that bugs me a little bit. I keep some busts around my home, and of course I got one of Charles Drew, Matthew Henson, but I also have one of Daniel Hale Williams, who few people know. Daniel Hale Williams was an African American. But if you look in the books, and they ask the question, who is the father of open heart surgery? You will get the name of Dr. C. Walton Leahy, who was white. And he is credited in all the books of performing the first open heart surgery. And he just passed away in 1999. His surgery was performed in 1952. But that's not the real history. Why would it be uncomfortable for you to know that Daniel Hale Williams, who was a doctor, who found the Providence Hospital up in Chicago, who one day, back in 1893, someone came to that hospital with a stab wound into the chest. The guy happened to have been white. But Daniel Hale Williams, a black guy, performed open heart surgery, saved the man's life, and he lived 20 years afterwards. Textbooks don't record that. They decided to wait almost 100 years to give somebody else credit. And that's what has happened, and that's why we look at this week. Now, I think that Carter Woodson was very concerned about what seemed to be going on today. People leaving out facts, ignoring facts, lowering their level of respect for people. I can't tell you how many times I've been engaged in conversation with people who, out of their ignorance, say things that they really believe, that indicate that there can be found no significant contributions to this great country from people of color. I've had it said to me. And the reason for that is not their fault. They believe that because that's what they have seen in the books or have not seen. And if we teach these facts, then I think Black history would take on a new meaning. And Black History Month would not be so uncomfortable for anybody to celebrate. Next month, we will celebrate Women's History Month, simply because so many of the contributions of women have been left out and ignored. So we take the month of March to focus on those things. And that is why it's so important for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for yielding me the time. I did not look at the clock, so I don't know if my time, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
Oh, I got a lot of time. But I'm going to yield some time to Sheila Jackson Lee, who wanted to participate in this hour. And I assure you, Mr. Speaker, 23 minutes may not be enough for Sheila, but that's all we got left, Sheila. I'm pleased to yield to you.
I'm delighted. Mr. Whip, you are our resident historian. I'm trying to get my poster boards here. And so hopefully they're coming.
Those are your posters there?
Yes. Hopefully they're coming. Let me not lose the time and step over here. First of all, let me acknowledge just a stunning and very pivotal and important Black history message that our whip has given, but really he is our historian. And I certainly want to pay tribute and give credence to the great work that he has established here for us. And I want to build on, it was so powerful to be able to reorder the critical race theory to critical race fact. I just want to reinforce that everyone knows, and it has been for decades, that critical race theory is an aspect of graduate teaching, masters, PhDs, and in law schools. And the basis of it is the seeming infusion of racism in the society by way of laws and other actions. Black history has always been, the founder of Black history always wanted to be an opportunity for healing and bringing us together by understanding. I think the whip has laid out a stupendous story, a better understanding of Charles Drew, a better understanding of the light bulb. Why wouldn't boys and girls from all walks of life want to understand how we are better together than we are separated? So I just want to take a moment to take up a different theme that speaks to the issue of Black history. I want to talk about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And as well, I want to make sure that we highlight some aspects of Black history. So let me first of all indicate that Black history is an important element of who we are. And I'm just going to call off the kinds of names that I hope will be welcomed in any classroom. President Barack Obama, 44th President of the United States, first African-American president. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall. U.S. Senator Blanche Kelso Bruce, U.S. Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, U.S. Congressman Mickey Leland, Dr. Guion Stewart Bluford, Macy Jemison, people that I knew because living in Houston, they were astronauts that went out of Johnson Space Center. Dr. McNair, whose life was lost in the service of this nation as an astronaut. Why wouldn't we want to talk about such beloved personalities who overcame obstacles to do great things? Activists and intellectual authors and artists like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington. These were individuals in the era of the post-slavery and post-Reconstruction in many instances who still laid the groundwork for us. James Baldwin, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Maya Angelou, Toni Morrison, and Gwendolyn Brooks, just to name a few of the countless number of well-known and unsung heroes. James Baldwin, of course, an author, Toni Morrison, an author, Gwendolyn Brooks, obviously Toni being maligned because not understood. Harriet Tubman, an unbelievable story in the Underground Railroad. Rosa Parks, who sat down along with others. Maya Angelou, poet laureate. And I also want to put into the record names of historic figures, many pastors, some past, from my own community. Reverend F.M. Williams Sr., Dr. S.J. Gilbert Sr., Reverend Crawford W. Kimball, Reverend E. Stanley Branch, Reverend William A. Lawson, Emeritus, Reverend Johnny Jeffrey J.J. Robinson, Mr. John Bland, and that is Robinson, Miss Ruby Mosley, Miss Dorothy Hubbard, Miss Doris Hubbard, all of them infused liberty and liberation in our community. Acres Home, 3rd Ward, 5th Ward, South Park, Sunnyside, Willie Bell Boone, Miss Holly Hogerbrooks, one of the first student protesters at Weingarten's, Mr. Deloyd Parker, founded SHAPE, a pivotal agency in our community, Miss Lenora Dahl Carter, and yes, Mr. Gerald Womack. At 16-year-old, he opened his own real estate company. He is today one of the most generous humanitarians and businessmen living in our community today. And I only call these names out to align myself with the issue of facts. Why wouldn't we want to know the facts of each of our communities? Why wouldn't we want to know those who descended from those who came on Pilgrim's Pride? Why wouldn't we want to know those whose the legacies of the indigenous people, Native Americans, and the many different tribes, many of whom, of course, married into African Americans, the slaves, or post-slave era? Why wouldn't we want to know that history? I'm stunned that we would not want to do so. And so I believe it is important to not only know that history that is pleasant, that we can call off wonderful people in our community who, in spite of the challenges and tribulations, became great leaders. But I also want to bring to the attention, because I have such an affection and love for this book, taught to me by not only the whip, who appreciates this book called the Constitution, but Barbara Jordan reminded me to always carry it for ladies in their purse. George Washington called the Constitution is the pride or the guide which I will never abandon. He is absolutely right. The Declaration of Independence was the promise. The Constitution was the fulfillment. A Republican judge, Warren Burger, said that. Couldn't be more true. That seems to be taken sideways today because you can wrap the Constitution in the history of Black America. So I raise for us to discuss today both the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. As I cherish the Constitution, I can assure you that I cherish those amendments. I think we should remind America that we are the only population, we don't do it angrily, that were held in bondage for a period of time longer than 2 centuries, 246 years, longer than the nation is old. We will meet that time frame probably this July. But for a long time, longer than the nation was old. And of course, we know that President Lincoln had many reasons. He frankly thought that he could bring the Union together if he could crush the rebellion in the South by freeing the slaves. In 1862, President Lincoln came to believe, and by the way, my friends, all of us call ourselves Lincolnesque. We look to the other party as the party of Lincoln. It was wonderful stories that we learned in school and we just knew this tall man called Abe Lincoln. Humble, not rich, but rich in spirit and courage. And so he believed firmly that emancipating the enslaved people in the South would help the Union crush the Confederate rebellion in the Civil War and win the Civil War. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which took effect in 1863, announced that all enslaved people held in the United States or in the states, then in rebellion against the United States, shall be then thenceforward and forever free. Wouldn't that be a good lesson to understand, whether you're in first grade or whether you're in fourth grade or whether you're in middle school? The values embedded in the Constitution to create a more perfect union. Here we are in the 1800s trying to proclaim that value. That is a value. That is a fact. But as we know, the Emancipation Proclamation itself did not end slavery in the United States, as it only applied to the 11 Confederate states, then at war against the Union, and only to the portion of those states not already under Union control. To make it permanent, it would have to be a constitutional amendment. So in 1864, the U.S. Senate passed a proposed amendment banning slavery with the necessary two-thirds majority, but it faltered in the House of Representatives. So when Congress reconvened in 1864, the emboldened Republicans put the proposed amendment up for a vote again. And Lincoln threw himself into the legislative process, inviting individual representatives to his office to discuss the amendment and putting it forward. Isn't that like sweet music? The Republicans, the Lincoln Republicans, got going. And Lincoln was committed to the passage of the 13th Amendment, telling his allies to see what is before you, to focus on the most important thing, that this amendment protects the slaves now born and in the United States, but settles the question for all time for the millions yet to be born. What an emotional and moving set of words. How emotional for the world to see, how small it was at that time, of this new experiment that left the shores of Europe. What is this thing called the United States of America? Can they actually govern? Can they lead? Can they live? Is democracy real? Is it a democratic republic wrapped up in the history of slaves, black history, the history of African Americans? He authorized his allies to get busy and get working. And he reportedly told them, I leave it to you to determine how it shall be done, but remember that I am President of the United States, clothed with immense power, and I expect you to procure these votes. That gives a sense of democracy, that he didn't go in and drag people out. He actually told his allies, let's try to get it done. I've got the power, but let's try to get votes. We've seen that happen, to some sadness of lack of success. But we stand on this floor in tribute to a man who wanted to see voting rights continue and continue and continue. And so on January 31st, 1865, the House of Representatives passed the proposed amendment with a vote of 119 to 56, just over the required two-thirds, and the following day, Lincoln approved a joint resolution of Congress, submitting it to the states for certification. That's a beautiful story. That is a fact. That's black history. That is American history. And I think that's the point that I want to make, is that black history is American history. It's no less, no more. And there should be no doubt in trying to teach American history that has the wonderful tinge of black history. Yesterday, February 8th, 2022, honored the 15th Amendment, which I'll speak somewhat about, to the United States Constitution, which outlaws discrimination in voting on the basis of race, color, and previous conditions of servitude, thereby advancing suffrage for African Americans. This was the last and most difficult, hard-fought of all the Reconstruction congressional constitutional amendments to confer citizenship upon the formerly enslaved. The intention of this amendment was to codify permanently the right to vote for all freed men. Immediately, the impact of this amendment proved transformative as freed men, women still not allowed to vote, exercised the right to vote, and in coalition elected several hundred African Americans to office. How powerful this history is, how factual this history is, how coming together this history was, that you had by birthright, by citizenship, the right to vote, no matter whether or not you were previously enslaved or the color of your skin or previous condition. That is history. And so, why do we talk about history today? I said it was in the name of our dear late friend, but the many people that Whip Clyburn spoke to, but we do it because although the 13th and 14th Amendment, 14th giving due process rights, 1921, this is a picture that we saw, captured Negroes on the way to the convention hall during the Tulsa race riot. The freed slaves factually did everything that America said they should do. They built this community on land given to them. They had hotels, hospitals, they had schools, they had marching bands. And yet, unfortunately, it triggered a dislike. And maybe there should be a continuation of an understanding in grades that would appreciate the fact that there were those who stood, had economic development, did all that citizens were expected, integrated into society, but happened to be some freed slaves and some the descendants of enslaved Africans. But Tulsa race riots was 1921. And so the question of race continues. It started in the origins of slavery and slaves coming to the United States, but it continued. But true history is a recognition that the facts won't hurt you, that it gives you strength and allows you to continue to grow. I think that is what I think this little book represents. Quickly, want to show a more potent picture, for that is what happened in America for 246 years. Again, the anguish and anger is not the approach that we want to leave with our fellow Americans. It is the appreciation of the significance of Black history and the significance of the presence of a people in this country. And the fact that the Constitution wanted to get rid of that, that's a good thing. That says the goodness of America. That story should be told. So when we talk about the many members of Congress that have come to accept the healing powers of a bill that studies slavery and establishes a commission to deal with its repair and restoration and results, like H.R. 40, 33 years filed in this Congress, what happens is that we have the facts, we have the approach, and the approach is healing. And so as I close my remarks, let me say that we are a continuing work in progress, and I am so grateful to the Whip for allowing me this moment to remind us that our special history is this book. And so when we hear a Brian Flores lawsuit about our friends in the NFL and the numbers that are so awkward, I won't pursue that now, but what I will say is, can we work together? Because issues still exist. Can we teach our children the goodness of a history of a people? And then can we take the next step to work with institutions who have not yet fulfilled the beginning of this book that said we organize to create a more perfect union, and the 13th and 14th Amendment, which rids us of all discrimination. I hope we can do that in this month, but I hope we can do that forever. I yield back.
The gentleman's time from South Carolina has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and advise and extend my remarks. Before I get started, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the Education and Labor Leader, Dr. Virginia Fox.
Without objection.
I thank the gentleman from Utah for his generous gift of time to me today. Mr. Speaker, I was encouraged to see George Washington University, GW, reverse its decision to censor posters highlighting the human rights abuses of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. The Olympic-themed posters bring attention to the CCP for its oppression of Tibetans and Uyghurs. They also denounced China for undermining democracy in Hong Kong, implementing an authoritarian surveillance system over its own people, and for its dishonesty and handling of COVID-19. Calling these posters racist is absurd and a dishonest attempt to pander to an authoritarian regime housing ethnic minorities in modern-day concentration camps. They aren't promoting racism, but decrying it. Allowing students to stand up for human rights and democratic values on college campuses should not be a point of controversy. Condemning ethnic cleansing and genocide is not controversial. Condemning the erosion of privacy is not controversial. Condemning the destruction of democratic values is not controversial. In fact, condemning these crimes should be something that unites all Americans. The individuals who hung these posters are braver than many pundits and politicians who are turning a blind eye to the CCP's atrocities. We should celebrate their courage, not punish it. Too many universities tout free speech policies, but punish those with different viewpoints for simply speaking their mind. We must allow our college and university campuses to be places that welcome free speech and an open exchange of ideas. Speech meant to incite violence is never acceptable, and I condemn racism in all its forms. Yet we must ensure that we aren't letting politically motivated groups cry wolf whenever someone says something they may not want to hear or speaks up for the millions who cannot do so themselves. If cries of racism can be weaponized to silence political opponents, then our country will be ruled by the diktats of political correctness and a fear of censorship instead of rational free thought. If we want to stay a self-governed and free country, we must protect our most fundamental rights. This includes the freedom of speech. Colleges and universities must protect the free and open exchange of ideas. Silencing students and professors for challenging the status quo makes university officials no better than the Chinese Communist Party. In the end, GW made the right decision and should be commended for it. I hope other schools will learn from this and support free speech from the start. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fox, and thank you again for your great leadership. Next, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to Representative Jeff Duncan.
I want to thank the gentleman from Utah. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life of a model American and South Carolinian. And let me add a very good friend of mine, Raymond G. Jerry Strawbridge, passed away Monday. Jerry was chairman of the Saluda County Council and epitomized what it meant to be a public servant and a true patriot, as he did so much to serve his church, his country, Saluda County, South Carolina's 3rd District, state of South Carolina, and our great nation. Jerry was a family man, a business owner, a veteran, chairman of Saluda County Republican Party for 8 years, chairman of Saluda County Water and Sewer Commission, 32nd degree Mason, very involved in his lodge. He was also a sergeant major for the South Carolina National Guard, where he served for 40 years, and that's quite a feat. He had accolades, including the National Defense Service Medal, Army Reserve Components Achievement Medal, the Army Achievement Medal, Army Commendation Medal, NCO Professional Development Ribbon, Army Service Ribbon, Armed Forces Reserve Medal, U.S. Meritorious Service Medal, and the South Carolina Guardsman Retirement Medal. My heart goes out to Jerry's wife, Denise, and his children and grandchildren. I'm praying for them as they mourn the loss of a truly incredible person who served so well. He'll surely be missed by his community, and his legacy will continue to have an impact in Saluda County and the state of South Carolina for many years to come. You know, Mr. Speaker, during these times, we're comforted. Jerry, I'm sorry about that. We're comforted by Scripture and the words of Jesus. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Thanks so much, and may God bless the Strawbridge family, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Duncan. Appreciate that very much. Today I rise in honor of Black History Month and the everlasting resiliency of patriots in the Black community who have risen above circumstance to live their American dream. As I get started, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my really good friend, Representative Claudia Tenney.
Thank you so much, and it's just an honor to serve with you and also to serve with our great colleague Byron Donalds from Florida. And thank you for hosting this very important special order to celebrate and recognize Black History Month. Upstate New York has a strong abolitionist history, and I'm honored to highlight the stories of our region's abolitionist heroes today. These individuals played a pivotal role in bringing our nation's founding ideals to fruition, following the brutal failure of slavery in our early days. Not many people outside New York realize just how rich our history is within the abolitionist movement. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to visit a few of these sites with Congressman Owens back in October, which we later recalled and memorialized on the House floor in January in another special order. Many of these sites, such as the Garrett Smith Estate National Historic Landmark and the National Abolition Hall of Fame and Museum, are located in the heart of my district in Peterborough, Madison County, New York. The Garrett Smith Estate National Historic Landmark is named for Garrett Smith, a wealthy New York landowner and one-term member of the House of Representatives, coincidentally represented the 26th district as I do now. Smith put his wealth to good use by fervently supporting the abolitionist movement. He truly put his wealth behind his beliefs and promoted the rights of individuals to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For nearly 40 years, Smith dedicated his whole heart to the abolitionist cause. Other notable abolitionist heroes such as Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton all made their way to the Smith estate at one point or another to participate in Smith's good works. Peterborough, New York, became a haven for fugitive slaves because of Garrett Smith's courage and undying vision for a better, more equal America. Garrett donated much of his farmland to escaped slaves so that they could become self-sufficient and avoid slave hunters. Garrett Smith also supported Frederick Douglass's newspaper, the North Star, and gave him what would be the equivalent of about $7,000 a month in today's dollars, and kept that newspaper going to inform the public about what was happening in the abolitionist movement. His home became a stop along the famous Underground Railroad, where people would come for shelter, food, support. Hundreds of enslaved people found their way to freedom because of Garrett Smith's valor and generosity. Down the road in Peterborough, you will find also the National Abolition Hall of Fame and Museum. This fixture of the community is located in the same building where the first ever meeting of the New York State Anti-Slavery Society was held in 1835. Because of their importance to the movement, both the Garrett Smith Estate National Historic Landmark and the National Abolition Hall of Fame and Museum now are listed as 2 of the 22 sites on the New York State Underground Railroad Heritage Trail. The abolitionist, Reverend Henry Highland, once told an old friend by the name of Frederick Douglass, there are 2 places where slaveholders cannot come. There's heaven and there's Peterborough. And we're so proud to have Peterborough in our district. And so honored that I got to stand there below that sign with my great colleague, Burgess Owens from Utah. Garrett Smith and the New York State Anti-Slavery Society surely are there, and we thank them for that. We also want to celebrate Black History Month and recognize the many accomplishments of so many Black Americans. Another one of them, just outside my district, is Harriet Tubman, where she spent a lot of her later years, a woman who lived to be 92, and you've heard Congressman Owens talk about her and me as well on special orders, but truly a remarkable person. We stood in awe of Harriet Tubman's accomplishments, her tenacity. She was strong, she was compassionate, she was courageous, she was kind. And not only did she serve as a conductor of the Underground Railroad, among so many accomplishments, she also freed countless slaves. She worked as a scout, a spy, and a nurse in the Union Army. At her core, Harriet Tubman was a woman of such deep compassion and care for everyone around her. In her later years, she helped so many who came through her home in Auburn, New York, providing them shelter, medical attention, and just undying love. Despite the obstacles she faced, Harriet Tubman never gave up, nor was she ever consumed by anger or cynicism. She led with integrity and was incredibly resilient. She is a tremendous role model for all of us today. As I've said before, the way to improve our nation is not to cynically tear down our institutions or erase and rewrite our history, but rather to take inspiration from the ideals of our founding and those who persevered with great courage to fight for a better future against so much that was against them. And people like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman are just great Americans, tremendous Americans, and part of our history, and so many contributed to their ability to achieve the goals to finally eradicating slavery and bringing us today where we are today in celebrating Black History Month for such a long period of time in our country, as Congressman Clyburn mentioned earlier. And I just want to again thank Congressman Donalds and also Congressman Owens for their great leadership on behalf of our side of the aisle, and also on representing and protecting our institutions of freedom, human rights, individual rights, and all that they do as great Americans. I'm honored to be able to be here with them today, and I yield back. Thank you so much again for your great generosity.
Thank you again, Claudia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to now yield 5 minutes to my good friend, Byron Donalds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today alongside my good friend, Congressman Burgess Owens of the great state of Utah, in celebration of Black History Month. I, like Mr. Owens, stand on the shoulders of Black Americans who came before us despite hurdles and glass ceilings, but still rose to the halls of Congress or to the highest echelons of our history, of American history. You see, there are so many pioneers that came before us, some of us who are still contemporary pioneers, Mr. Speaker. People like Majority Whip Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott, the late Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, Justice Clarence Thomas and Justice Thurgood Marshall, Frederick Douglass, Madam C.J. Walker, Booker T. Washington, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Dr. Ben Carson. I could go on and on. You see, I stand here today as the first Black person elected representative of Florida's 19th Congressional District. I'm the third ever Black Republican ever elected in the great state of Florida. During Black History Month, we pay homage to all those who came before us and those who continue to empower the lives throughout the Black community in America. You see, Black history is American history. And even though today, we might have a lot of issues about the plight of Black people in our great country, it is without question that the advances, many of which have come in America, have been through the hands, the intellect, the ingenuity, the innovation of Black Americans who have contributed to the great fabric of our country. It really makes the contributions of Black Americans more than just for the Black community. It makes it for all of America. It's what helps the red, white, and blue that we all revere actually be meaningful because of all the different stains and pains, blood that was shed throughout the pathway of Black Americans to still be able to add and to still be counted for great contributions to our nation. In 2022, Mr. Owens and I stand here today as free men, both reaching the American dream and dedicated to ensuring that future generations of Black Americans can achieve the same success that we have. And to add to that, to achieve even more success that we could even dream was possible, even in 2022. Regardless of what anybody says, America is not a racist nation. I mean, look around. While we may have so many differences, and we may not always agree on a lot of things when it comes to politics or economics, obviously sports, religion, etc., we all stand here together, all colors, all creeds, and all convictions, here in the People's House, proving that we are a nation that has achieved life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all people in this great nation. The last comment I will make, Mr. Speaker, is that obviously the month of February is when we celebrate Black History Month. But we are at a time in America where Black history in our schools should not just be confined to the month of February. We are at a time in the United States where all of the contributions of Black Americans and all of the pain that has been felt by Black Americans should be taught and conveyed throughout all of our halls of academia, whether you're talking about middle schools, high schools, or even higher education. This month is exceptionally special to me because I do understand that the sacrifices that my mother and my family made for me throughout the years and all the things that they believed that I could possibly achieve have culminated in me standing here on this floor, even making these comments about the rich history of Black Americans to the United States. So it's with great humility and it's with great appreciation for all those who have come before me and, Mr. Speaker, to all the Black Americans who serve with me today, that I just want to wish everybody a wonderful Black History Month, and also for everybody to reflect on how much we've gained here as a people in these United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Byron. Appreciate you, my friend. I'd like to, on that note, one second. On that note, highlight something that those that are listening, I want you to be aware of. As you listen to those of the Republican Party, those that believe these conservative values of love of God, country, family, that as we talk about our history, as we talk about things we're doing and have overcome and achieved, notice the sense of hope that we bring to the message. Notice the sense of unity. Yes, we look back on the past, because we have a lot to learn from the past. But we look at the past in a way of what we have achieved and how far we've come, not where we are today. And I want Americans to think through the last couple years. Are we tired of being afraid? Are we tired of being angry? Are we tired of fear? Listen to the messages of our great history, and you'll see that this country is a country of second chances. This country is a place where you come here, no matter what language you speak, how poor you are, you have the opportunity to live your American dream. It was the Marxist, and I'm going to think of his name in a second, who said very simply, the first battleground, Karl Marx, the first battleground is rewriting of history. Why would the Marxists, why would the hard left want to steal our history, change our history? Because within our great American history, we have pride in our past, appreciation for our present, and a vision for our future. We are American people within our DNA that we are hopeful. And only through the nuances of changing history, which is, by the way, has been done since the 1940s by the progressive father of public school system, John Dewey, that this change has been happening. We talk about the success of Tulsa, remarkable success. Just a few decades after the Civil War ended, you have this environment of success where people could live their American dream. A little town where 600 businesses were established, over 50 millionaires. 6 of them had their own private planes. Started back in the early 1900s. Well, by 1921, that little community was destroyed within 12 hours. Not by the American people, but by Southern Democratic KKK members. That's the nuance. We've been fighting against evil for a long time. We will continue to. But let's just make sure that we, the American people, know who the fight is against. It's not against those of us who believe in God, country, family, our free market, the belief of looking at each other inside out versus outside in. We are friends, no matter what side of the aisle we sit on. Those of us who believe in our American way, those of us who see our future as coming closer together, not dividing us. We are on the same team of friends. Let's remember that. I'm going to read an introductory that I have from one of the books I wrote earlier. For those who grew up in the Deep South, in the days of KKK and Jim Crow segregation, pride in the community was not founded on an embellishment of opportunities lost due to racism. Instead, it was built on the highlighting of the great accomplishments achieved in spite of the obstacles. The can-do outlook that prevailed in the past generations cleared the pathway to prosperity and celebrated a creative, courageous, and self-respecting community determined not to be held back. That community succeeded in their quest. That community was my dad's generation and the ones before that who believed in this great country, who went to war to fight for this great country. I'm going to talk about a couple of my heroes. I've had a chance, thank goodness, growing up in the Deep South, days of KKK, Jim Crow, and segregation, Tallahassee, Florida, to be raised by a community that was proud of who they were, a community whose parents and teachers collaborated, talked, respected each other, because the goal at the end of the day was their children would go out and give their community a good name, give their family a good name, and represent the race that could achieve anything and overcome any obstacles. My hero was not an NFL player, a basketball player, or some person on TV who had no idea who they were, what their character was. My hero was someone who I saw his mistakes that he made. He was not a perfect person, but boy, was he a great father. And that's my dad, Clarence Burgess Owens Sr. Dad represented that generation very, very well. By the way, for those who don't know, which I'm sure you don't, most don't because of the history has been changed, my race has never been a race of hopeless, hapless people waiting for white people to show up and give us freedom. We got freedom through the fight in which we participated in the Civil War. And there was no race that appreciated that freedom more than my race. And for generations from that point on, we've had within our DNA a desire for freedom, the conservative values of home, family, free market, faith. And I grew up in a home that taught that. It was a good experience of that. My dad was raised by parents who did not finish high school. Well, my grandmother did finish high school when she was 50 years old. My grandfather dropped out when he was in third grade. Business owners. But let me tell you how it works out in America. Because every generation looks to help the next generation stand on their shoulders. In my community, that was the goal. In my family, that's exactly what happened. Because those humble beginnings, those parents of 4 children that did not have an education, formal education, the next generation were kids that had nothing but good education. My dad got his PhD in Ohio State in agronomy, and an uncle got his PhD in economics at Ohio State, 1950-51, days of KKK, Jim Crow, and segregation. Had an uncle, engineer. As part-time, he decided he wanted to fly planes. In the early 1960s, this was something that no one ever did, and that is he purchased his own private plane, single prop. He would take mail from Wichita Falls, Texas base to Chicago. Who did that in 1960-61? Well, as a 12-year-old, I had a chance to experience and understand the opportunity to dream past my limitations, or what perceived limitations. Because one time he flew out to Tallahassee, where I had a chance to fly the first time in this private plane, And I learned something through that process, because that's what that generation did. They wanted to make sure that every generation was getting more educated, more critical thinking skills. As we went up, for those who don't understand what a stall is, it's important to know what a stall is before you stall. And he took us up, he took me and myself up and stalled the airplane. And he saw that I was panicking. He grabbed control and explained airplane lift. And to this day, I can explain exactly to you what airplane lift looks like and how it feels. That was that generation that overcame. Now, my dad grew up in Texas, went to war. He's in the Philippines, and this is in Japan, where he finished up. This is, again, received some documentation, because he ended up coming back from Texas, from war to Texas. And in those days in Texas, because of Jim Crow laws, they could not get their postgraduate degrees. I ran across a box of letters after Dad passed away, something he never talked about. This box of rejection letters. Colleges across our country, particularly Northeast, that had rejected his application to get his postgraduate degree. And I knew it was because of race. I can see it in the application and the amount of letters I saw in this particular box. And what's interesting about that generation, about Dad, he never complained about it, he never pulled it out, he never said, well, this is what they did to me. That was a generation that took rejection, took obstacles as motivation. That was a generation that said, if you don't believe me, sit back, you watch. I'm going to run harder, study harder, work harder, and I will prove, I will command your respect, because I do believe in meritocracy, which we did. Well, he continued that process and ended up getting to Ohio State. 5 years after graduating from Ohio State with his PhD, we were living in Liberia, Africa. He was doing research there. Dad went on to teach for 40 years at Florida A&M campus. He was a researcher. He was a farmer for 35 of those years. He was a remarkable mentor. And he believed that our race, if given an opportunity of education, could achieve and move forward. Because he understood his past, because he was taught at that time the greatness of people like Booker T. Washington and the many people I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes, he appreciated the process that he had made and his family had made at that point, and he saw such a great future for those that was coming behind him. So we have a granddad who, third grade dropout, a dad who was a college professor, and his son who now stands before you in Congress. This country is nothing like it. It's time for us to understand, if you want a second chance, if you want to dream big, if you want to overcome, this is the place. And guess what? You'll have help from every quarter of this United States, every culture, every religion, every color. It does not matter, because in this country, we teach ourselves to look at each other from inside out, not outside in. I refuse, as long as I stand in Congress, to allow the left to demean my race's past. I refuse to allow the left to narrate that my race was one that was hopeless, hapless, could not achieve, and sit back and look at nothing but the negative that happened. And by the way, negative happens to every race, every culture, and every person. Is life. It's what you do with it that makes us Americans. Americans never give up on our dream. We believe in something called meritocracy, and we do not believe we should give this power over to any government power to live our lives and move forward. If you think about the person who would appreciate more than anyone else in this room a full glass of water, that person would be the one who's not had a drop in days. That first drop would be like heaven. That was the black community when freedom was given to us. A race that for generations never thought freedom was a possibility. A generation, a race that sent their sons to war, that volunteered because they understood the power of freedom. They understood the power of having their faith that they can worship without someone beating them up or hanging them. One that believed in family, because there was no guarantee in those days that their family would ever stay united. That believed in an idea called ownership of property, free market, to be creative, to get paid for your own work, your own effort, and your own risk. In the benefit of education, there was no race in our country that understood and believed and appreciated this more than mine did. There's a reason why through the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was a black community that led our country in the growth of the middle class. Men matriculated from college, men committed to marriage, percentage of entrepreneurs. There's a reason why growing up in Tallahassee, I could look around that community, not seeing a black American, not associating with white Americans until I was 16 years old, and seeing nothing but business ownership everywhere. Whether it be Baker's Pharmacy, Perkins Service Station, Speed Grocery Store, FAMU Hospital with black nurses and black doctors, engineers, lawyers, teachers. And the message was very similar. You live in America, young man. You can achieve anything you want to. If you commit to those tenets that make our country great: faith, family, the free market, and education. We've had our representation of brave warriors throughout our history, as we do today, that serve, the frontline warriors, that serve in the services, that get out every single day, that thin blue line to protect us from evil. Why is their contribution so important? They believed in something very simply, and this is something from Booker T. Washington. You do not have to beg or ask for respect when you can command respect. You do not have to beg or demand somebody else's property in a free country when you can earn it yourself. How do we do that? Through meritocracy. How do we do that? By showing courage when others might feel fear. Ask the all-black Army in the 54th Army Regiment of Massachusetts. This is during the Civil War. Free men who volunteered to go south to fight a battle to free their fellow members of their race. Or the 1869 Buffalo Soldiers, or the World War II unit that went to Germany called the Black Rattlers, or by the Germans called the Hellfighters, because they had so much respect for the way they fought and what they did. My race has stood on the shoulders of great men and women I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes. One of the greatest that I realized after my dad had passed and after I did my homework, that an entire generation listened to and built their lives around. It's called Booker T. Washington. Former slave who started Tuskegee University in 1881, and by 1905 was creating more self-made millionaires than Harvard, Yale, and Princeton combined. Why? Because he was teaching those young people coming through to master not just one trade, but two. Yes, to work harder than the next guy. Yes, don't complain about the work. Don't complain about what's asked of you. Don't do what's happening in teaching our kids today, where our kids say, well, I have to work harder than the other guy because of my color. No, you have to work harder than the other guy because that's what America's about. You outrun, you outwork, you outstudy. You find your greatest potential by what you put into your efforts. And you don't lower your standards because somebody else has lowered theirs. We don't do that. That's not America. Black History Month is dedicated to the heroes who rose above slavery, segregation, and racism to champion life, liberty, pursuit of happiness for future generations. Because of their courage, Black Americans have made enormous strides to shape the soul of our nation. From a childhood in segregated South to serving in Congress, I'm inspired by the tenacity of giants like Charles R. Drew, Robert Smalls, J. Mayo Williams, Betsy Coleman, Dr. Mildred Jefferson, and Elizabeth Freeman, Sergeant William Carney, and so many others who fought for the founding ideals of liberty and equality. I'd like to share a few of my heroes with you that have had a tremendous impact on my life and the lives of countless Americans. These, by the way, are Americans who are proud to be Americans. These are Americans proud of their race. These are Americans who saw their kids living a much better dream, and the last thing they would do is tell them to stop dreaming. The last thing they would do is tell them the obstacle's too great for them. The last thing they would do is say these white people are going to keep you from achieving your dreams. No, we were taught, it didn't matter who it was or what it was, that we had within us the ability to overcome all obstacles. Dr. Charles R. Drew was born in 1904 here in D.C., breaking the barriers throughout his life of racially divided America to become the most influential scientist of the 20th century. He was doing his research into banked blood at Columbia University that his ultimate destiny in serving mankind was shaped. As World War II created an important need for procedures to preserve blood and injuries seen by physicians became more severe, the need for blood plasma intensified. As he was the leading authority in the field, Dr. Charles Drew was selected as a full-time medical director of the Blood Forbidden Project, where he supervised the successful collection of thousands of pints of vital plasma for the British, saving countless lives. In February 1941, Drew was appointed the director of the first American Red Cross blood bank and was put in charge of blood for the use of the U.S. Army and Navy. Dr. Drew returned to Freedman's Hospital and Howard University, where he served as a surgeon and professor of medicine from 1942 until he passed away in 1950. Robert Smalls was born into slavery in Beaumont, South Carolina, and gained his freedom daringly and courageously. He commandeered a Confederate cargo ship and sailed the vessel to Union waters before capture, freeing himself, his crew, and his family. His action that day helped persuade Lincoln to accept black soldiers in the Union Army. He went on to serve in the Union Navy and was eventually elected to Congress. Elijah Abels was one of the first early leaders in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a popular missionary who as a black man lived the restored gospel that was intended for black and white, bond and free. Born in Texas in 1892, Bessie Coleman, also known as Queen Bess or Brave Bessie, was the first black female pilot. Her mother, Susan, was a maid. Her father, George, was a sharecropper of mixed Native American and African American descent. Bessie grew up helping her mother pick cotton and wash laundry to earn extra money. By the time she was 18, she saved enough money to attend the Colored Agriculture and Normal University, now Langston University, in Langston, Oklahoma. She dropped out of college after only one semester because she could not afford to attend. Bessie's brothers both served in the military in World War I, came home with stories of their time in France, often teasing her that French women could learn how to fly airplanes, but Bessie couldn't. Because of this, she applied to many flight schools across the country, but no school would take her because she was a black woman. With no opportunity in America, Bessie saved and finally obtained scholarships to travel to France to flight school. She even had to take a French class at night to complete her flight school application. After finishing flight school, she toured the country, giving speeches, showing videos of her air tricks to earn money, refusing to speak anywhere that was segregated or discriminated against black Americans. In 1922, I want you to keep in mind these dates. These are the dates the other side of the aisle would like to tell you that we were hopeless, hapless, and doing nothing. No, we were doing just like every other race in this country has, every other culture that's overcome obstacles. We had great vision, and we had great courage, and we succeeded big time. She became more popular both in the United States and Europe. She toured the country giving flight lessons, performing in-flight shows. She encouraged women to learn how to fly, becoming famous in America and Europe as a star pilot. On April 30th, 1926, Bessie passed away in a tragic plane crash. She remains an inspiration to untold millions around the world. Madam C.J. Walker was born in 1867 in Delta, Louisiana Plantation, where her parents had been enslaved before the end of the Civil War. She and her sister grew cotton in Delta and Vicksburg, Mississippi, and survived by working in the fields. To escape the abuse from her brother-in-law, she married Moses McWilliams at the age of 14. Following the death of her husband, she moved to St. Louis to join her 4 brothers who had become barbers. With just $1.50 a day, she managed to save enough money to send her daughter to public school. As a talented entrepreneur with a skill for self-promotion, she often said, "I got my start by giving myself a start." How about that one? I got my start by giving myself a start. She was the first self-made woman millionaire in America, earning her fortune through Business Empire, a line of hair care products, especially for black women, she created after experimenting hair loss. The self-made millionaire used her fortune to fund scholarships for women and donated large parts of her wealth to charity. Elizabeth Freeman, better known as Mom Bet, was born into slavery, but became the first slave to be freed under the Massachusetts Constitution. Less than 1 year after the adoption of the Massachusetts State Constitution, she filed a lawsuit for freedom, marking the beginning of a group of freedom suits that would ultimately lead to Massachusetts Supreme Court Judicial Court to outlaw slavery in their state. Despite not knowing how to read and write, she was clever enough, strategic enough, determined enough to secure her freedom. She sought out the help of a local lawyer after being inspired by the constitutional provision that all men were created free and equal. They won the case, ending slavery in the state of Massachusetts. And after securing her freedom, she became a paid domestic worker and also making a living as a prominent leader and a midwife and nurse. After 20 years, she was able to buy her own house where she lived with her children. She passed away December 28, 1829, at the age of 85. It's amazing, these remarkable men and women who figured out the American dream could work for them if they never gave up on it. J. Mayo Williams was one of the first black professional football players in the 1920s and went on to become one of the most successful record producers in the 1930s and 40s. He was the only man to be inducted in both the National Football Hall of Fame and the Blues Hall of Fame. Senator Hiram Reeves of Mississippi in 1870 became the first African American to serve in the U.S. Senate. As a member of the Republican Party, he challenged the social order and was an outspoken opponent against segregation, fighting for equality across racial lines. Sergeant William Carney was the first black Medal of Honor recipient. He kept the American flag held high. He was born in Norfolk, Virginia in 1840 to a family of enslaved people. His parents bought their freedom and moved to Massachusetts. He enlisted in March of 1863, and his unit, the 54th, which included 2 sons of abolitionist Frederick Douglass, headed down to South Carolina. By the way, the South Carolina Confederate president had made note that any black soldier caught would be instantly hung. This is what these men knew and understood, and yet they marched south to fight for the freedom of their race and their country. Douglass headed down to South Carolina. Their first combat mission was leading the charge on Fort Wagner in Charleston. Carney saw his unit's flag bearer was shot and killed and ran to catch the American flag he was holding. Carney, too, was shot during the battle, but he held that flag high, crawled up the hill toward the fort. He planted a flag in the sand and kept holding on even after he was rescued. He was the first to receive the Medal of Honor. Let me tell you how acts like that of courage and knowing our history adds up. As a 7th grader, I had an opportunity, I was chosen in my segregated high school, junior high school, to raise the flag in the morning, to let it, and to bring it down in the afternoon. An honor. I remember walking to school every morning, early in the morning, and my friend and I, we understood the nature of that flag, what it meant. We knew our parents, my dad had come back from war and what he felt about it. And we were sure never to let that flag touch the ground. That reverence to our flag allowed me to feel proud as an NFL player, to hear the national anthem, to see that flag flying on the sideline, getting teary-eyed. So I was living my dream, in a country that allowed for the American dream to be alive and well. To see how far we've come in the 70s from my upbringing in the 60s. To see my teammates of all colors, background, and creeds, that we could care less about our background, color, or creeds. We cared about the fact that we wanted to win. And we looked inside for those who had the character, the tenacity, the discipline, the courage to play hard so we could win. That is America. That's what we do. Dr. Mildred Jefferson was the first black woman to graduate from Harvard. She dedicated her life to protecting life at all stages. In 1951, Mildred became the first black woman to graduate from Harvard Medical School. By the way, she was a pro-life advocate, just like my parents' generation was across the board. We believe in our children, believe in their history and their future, and they believe they are a gift from God. And my race would not stand for what's happening today as we watch my race being targeted for abortion. She also was the first woman employed as a general surgeon at the Boston University Medical Center. Phyllis Wheatley was born in West Africa and sold to slavery at the age of 7. Despite being in slavery, she learned to read and write. Her Massachusetts owners saw talent in her poetry skills, encouraged her. Phyllis was brought by her owners to London seeking to publish her work. She quickly rose to prominence when she published her books, poems on various subjects, religion and morals. She became a talented poet. Her poems became popular, even drew the praise of George Washington and poet Jupiter Hammond. As I close this out, I can't say enough how proud I am to have been raised on the time I was raised, in the community I was raised in the race I was raised in a country that gave us all hope for a great future. 12 years old, I had an opportunity, because we lived so close to Florida A&M and had all these college kids who were getting engaged with civil rights. And at the age of 12, I decided to join them for a demonstration in front of Florida State Theater. I was the youngest, but I witnessed what it was for young men and women to be disciplined, to be articulate, to be dressed well, to represent our race. Because it wasn't just in front of Florida State Theater that we were making an impact on. It was those watching across our country. I want those who ever watch Martin Luther King demonstrations again to notice something about that remarkable group of people. Notice the white shirts, the dark ties, the dress shoes. Notice the articulation of those who represented these great warriors, these leaders in freedom. Notice the discipline as they were attacked by dogs, fire hoses, people calling them names. Notice they did not retaliate. They did not go down and burn down buildings. They believed in American people. They believed in this country, that they could command respect from around our country by being the best examples of what it was to be an American. They were Christians. It was Martin Luther King's view that by fighting in the way Christians could fight, nonviolently, they can earn the hearts of Americans across our country, and that's exactly what they did. Was not just fighting against the Jim Crow laws that we talk about all the time, the evil that we saw on American people, on black Democrats, by the way, at that time. It was more than just Jim Crow that we were fighting against. It was a narrative that black Americans couldn't think. We weren't leaders, we weren't intelligent, we were unkempt, we were undisciplined, we were cowards. That was a narrative that I faced when I left Tallahassee, Florida, with the goal of being a biology major, marine biology. And having someone tell me, or through the grapevine, hearing from someone, a white person who had gone to Florida State, that I couldn't do it, because blacks could not think in those days. Well, unlike today, I didn't take it and say, I'm going to give up, I'm going to quit, I'm going to sue. I was taught when somebody tells you can't, the next 4 years at the University of Miami living in a library when I wasn't playing football. I wanted to prove that guy wrong. That was the generation that I was raised by. Thank goodness. That guy never knew probably that I succeeded, but I knew. And now I can tell you the story that that's the way our country, our race was. We have to fight this soft bigotry of low expectations, my friends. It's the worst of all evils. For people to wrap their arms around us, tell how much they love us, and then tell us we can't. To wake up to news reports that we have an administration that for the sake of equity is going to give black people access to crack pots. That's equity. We now have the opportunity to get free crack pipes. Equity is not lowering the standards. Equity, equality, is raising standards so high and telling every single child that can hear your voice that you can do it. That's equality. That's meritocracy. That's how we get respect. You don't command or beg for respect. We command respect. In closing, I often say that Black American history is so rich because of the heroes who came before us. These proud Black Americans broke countless barriers and have been lifelong inspirations for untold millions right here in America, but also around the world. Black History Month is an important celebration and a recognition of American history. I am humbled to stand on the shoulders of the great men and women who came before me. I encourage all of you to read the true history of our nation. The true history of our nation is that we, the people, have done it. We, the people, with our good hearts, established the Underground Railroad. I encourage to read. I would not be here without their courage, their sacrifice, their vision. I'm so thankful to have been taught to love our great nation, to love the people before us, that's with us, and those in the future that we'll fight for. Thank you so much. Now yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. Proud to be an American, proud to be a member of this august body, proud to say that I'm a free man, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Proud to speak truth to power and to speak truth about power. Proud that my family, who love me dearly, instilled in me a belief that I could do anything that anyone else could do, but they also taught me that there were obstacles in life and that you will do some things, Alexander, that's my first name, you will do some things because of, and you will do a good many things in spite of. And that's been the history of African Americans in this country. We've done a good many things because of people of goodwill who have befriended us, but we've also done a good many things in spite of people of ill will who've done all that they could to defeat us. But still we rise. Still we rise. And today, I'd like to discuss the topic, if not now, when? If not now, when? And this topic I embrace because of the Supreme Court of the United States of America and the possibility of a person of African ancestry who happens to be a female being appointed. If not now, when? Let's examine the facts. This is Black History Month. This is Black history. And there are facts that are undeniable, indisputable, uncorruptible. Here are the facts. And here is why we find ourselves giving this speech today, making these statements today. Here are the facts. We've had a total number of presidents of 45. 45 presidents of the United States. One of color. One of color. 45, one of color. Number of women, 0 of any color, any persuasion. The presidency of the United States has been an all-male institution, and for the most part, overwhelmingly so, it's been a white male institution. Just the facts, that's all. 45, one of color, 0 women. Now, there are some people who find it offensive to hear facts. They find these facts to somehow cause them some degree of consternation. My dear friends, can you imagine how these facts impact people of color? How they feel knowing that we've had 45 presidents, but one of color? How these facts impact women? 45 presidents, not one woman? So if it causes you some degree of consternation, just imagine what it does to people who happen to be women. 45 men, 0 women. Now, let's take a look at the Senate. If not now, when? Let's look at the Senate. Total number of senators in the United States of America, total number, 1,944. 1,944 persons have had the honor, privilege, and pleasure of serving in the United States Senate, and it is a preeminent privilege, a superlative pleasure, and a splendiferous honor to serve in the United States Senate. 1,944 have had this great singular honor. Number of men, 1,886. 1,944 total senators, total men, 1,886. Let's look at the number of men of color, 27. Number of women, 58. Number of white men, 1,857. Senate's been around for over 200 years. For over 200 years, in fact, more than 230 years, we can say that the Senate has been overwhelmingly white and overwhelmingly white men. There are some people who find it uncomfortable to hear these things said. Can you imagine how it must make these persons who have been excluded from the Senate Can you imagine how they feel? Can you imagine what they think when they would want to know that their children could have served in the Senate or had the opportunities that others have had? Yes, these are opportunities that have been denied some people. I love my country. It means something to me to be an American. I believe that we ought to have liberty and justice for all. That's why I do all that I can to make it real. I want to make real the great and noble American ideals. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's got to include all of the people. All persons created equal. That's got to include all persons. Number of men, 1,886. Now, the Senate of the United States of America is the institution that confirms persons who will be on the Supreme Court. So for over 200 years, we've had white men making the nominations, presidents, remember, 45. White men for the most part, one, Barack Obama, recent addition to the august club. White men have been nominating. And white men have been nominating other white men. White men nominating white men. 1,886 white men confirming other white men. This is Black History Month. If not now, when will we tell the truth about what's going on? Let's now look at the Supreme Court itself. The Supreme Court, highest court in the land. First assembled in 1790, more than 200 years ago, more than 230 years ago, more than 232 years ago, 233 years plus some months to be exact. Since this date, when the court was first assembled, we've had a total number of 115 justices. On the first court, there were 6. Total number of 115 justices. The number of men, 110. 110 men. Number of women, 5. Number of black women, 0. 230 plus years, 115 persons nominated and approved to the Supreme Court, 110 of them men, number of women, 5. Number of black women, 0. If not now, when? When? We've had 200 plus years to appoint an African American female to the court. If not now, when? Well, Congressman Green, black women haven't been qualified. Really? If you believe that, there's nothing wrong with Congressman Green. There's something wrong with you. Over this period of time, we have had 40 persons to serve on the Supreme Court who haven't been lawyers. 40 non-lawyers. Over this period of time, we have had justices who had no undergraduate degree. 5, no undergraduate degree. 40 not lawyers. The rules apply as they are applied. And the rules have been flexible. By the way, there's no requirement that you be a lawyer to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. 40 non-lawyers, 5 persons with no degree at all, yet not one black woman on the Supreme Court. They're embraced They don't want it discussed. They like to kind of occurs and happily ever after. To get to this point. And we ought not allow consequences of being black to escape us. Just true to some people being on the Supreme Court. "115 justices? If not now, when?" President who has the courage to do what should be done. I thank God for President Biden. A man of his word. Courage makes the difference. There were great orators. There were persons who heard the issues as well. What separated Dr. King from his contemporaries? It was his courage. Others were afraid to do. They wouldn't speak up. They wouldn't for speaking up and speaking out. But Dr. King had the courage to look fate. I will do that which others could do and do better. He had the courage. So did John Lewis. It was courage. This separates those who can do, yet don't do, from those who get things done. President Biden made a commitment. President Biden is honoring his commitment. Have appointed persons to the court because of who they were. Woman who will be appointed is not going to be a person without credentials. She will be a person who is prepared, who is well, and she will be a person who will make a difference on a court that over years has had 115 justices, not one of them a black woman. 115 justices and not one a black woman. Over some 200 years, 230 plus years. If not now, now is the time. Now is the time. President Biden is the person, and we are the people who. I don't have a candidate that I'm pushing. I refuse to push a candidate. But I don't refuse to tell the truth about the circumstances that exist. Speaker, just to make things clear, first assembled 1790, Supreme Court. Number of justices on the first court, 6. Total number of justices since 1790, 115. Total number of men, 110. 5 women, not one black woman. And let us not forget that the Senate of the United States of America has had a total of 1,944 persons, and 1,886 of them have been men. 45 presidents, not one woman. What we have here is the definition of the good old boys club. The good old boys. White men who took care of other white men in the sense that they were supporting each other. White men were nominating, white men were approving, and white men got the job. This is up the good old boys club. Diversity is breaking up the good old boys club. And many of the good old boys things the way they were when the club was exclusively white. I don't support the good old boys club. I'm a free man, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Speak truth to power. This is about power. This is about the good old boys club that has had its own affirmative action, exclusionary affirmative action, over 200 years. And you want to now complain that there's a possibility that one black woman may be on the court? And it upsets a good many persons to know that a black woman may be on the court? 230 plus years? If not now, when? And if not this president, which president? I love my country. I believe that change is that which we bring about. Yes, the arc of the moral universe bends toward justice, as Dr. King put it, but it bends toward justice because we put our hands on the arc of the moral universe and we use our strength and our might and our willpower. But for all, we the people includes all of the people. Day when there will be the first African-American female on the court, and I assure you that I'll never forget the president who made it happen. If not now, when? I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Well, I appreciate the Speaker. I appreciate having the time. I heard my colleague on the other side of the aisle and certainly appreciate his friendship and service. I would take some disagreement with my celebrating the extent to which the President of the United States has announced beforehand the race and sex of the next Supreme Court justice. And I would remind my friend, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in general, the extent to which the current president rejected, filibustered, blocked Janice Rogers Brown, notably both black and female. He did so because she wasn't the right kind of black and female. See, she was not a conservative. I'm sorry, she was a conservative. She was not a leftist, a liberal. So the current president blocked when he was in the United States Senate, filibustered, fought, broke the rules and the traditions of the Senate to do it, by the way. Janice Rogers Brown, a black, female, qualified, but conservative judge. So he refused to let her advance. Why? Now, the President of the United States is going out and lauding, praising his predetermination that the next justice must be black female. Before even making the nomination. I would note also that the president blocked, attacked, voted against, and did so, we know, for one reason. He was a Hispanic conservative. Now, how do we know that? Memo. Yes, indeed, a memo in black and white among Democrat senators and staffers back in 2003. I happen to know this because I was a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. But my, how this town loves to sweep aside like the current Democrat President of the United States working with Democrat members of the United States Senate when he was a senator to stop, to block, to filibuster Miguel Estrada because he is an Hispanic conservative, and we can't have that, can we? Because it breaks the narrative. It destroys the narrative. Republicans are anti-Hispanic. Republicans are anti-black. We can't have a black conservative woman advance under a Republican President, George W. Bush. We can't have an Hispanic, Miguel Estrada, advance under a Republican, George W. Bush. But no. Will you hear Jen Psaki talking about that at the podium at the White House? Or were you hearing lies about the whipping of migrants at our border? Will you hear that no report has been generated by the Department of Justice or the Department of Homeland Security or anybody else about the alleged whipping of migrants, which did not occur, which we know didn't occur? By fact, we know it didn't occur. But yet the President of the United States and his own White House secretary sat at the podium and accused them being our Border Patrol agents, standing on the front lines, being ignored, underfunded, chastised, refused to say any apology since that day. They have refused to look at the Border Patrol agents and say, we're sorry, we got that wrong. No report forthcoming. Anybody sensing a theme that my Democrat friends and colleagues in the White House or on the other side of the aisle race an issue, love to make race an issue, but they're going to sweep aside the killing of Miguel Estrada's nomination because he's an Hispanic male, Hispanic conservative. Sweep aside the blocking of Janice Rogers Brown. Sweep aside running to cry racism and whipping on the Rio Grande when it is the policies of the Secretary of Homeland Security that is specifically and intentionally endangering the American people, causing our young children across this country to die from poisonings and overdoses, causing bullets to be fired upon our law enforcement officers in Texas, ranches to get overrun, livestock to get out, cartels to get empowered. Homeland Security literally refuses to enforce any of the laws to stop that from happening. But oh no, and Jen Psaki can't bring herself, and the president can't bring himself to look in the eyes of the Border Patrol and apologize for saying that they were whipping human beings. That's the state of the Democrat Party's commitment to race. It's all a fraud. It's all a fiction. It's all a front. It's all about continuing to foment racial division for partisan political gain. And it has nothing to do about judging people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. Because if it were, Janice Rogers Brown would not have been blocked. Miguel Estrada would not have been blocked. and the President of the United States wouldn't be standing up at a lectern today predetermining the race and the sex of the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court. I came down here today to talk about our law enforcement community. A year and a half ago, I sat here on the floor of the House, maybe in the same spot, with the number 43 similarly positioned on a board. And that 43 represented the number of law enforcement, police officers killed in the line of duty at that time. Well, I would say to the Speaker, to my colleagues who are, of course, notably, as I like to observe, not here. This is our idea of debate, you know, in the United States House of Representatives. Fly out day, everybody's getting home. Nobody's here. We never have actual debate. We never offer amendments. We never have a back and forth. We come down and have show votes and give speeches then on the Capitol steps about how Republicans are better than Democrats or Democrats are better than Republicans. We never sit down here and actually debate. If we did, then we could have an honest debate about policies that will protect this country and protect law enforcement officers from the constant barrage and attack levied against them across this country. I am sick and tired of seeing nonstop attacks on our law enforcement community for being the ones on the front lines every day dealing with crime and figuring out how to protect our communities, and yet getting tossed under the bus, cast aside as being the ones that we should be targeting. 84 dead law enforcement officers across this country last year. 84. .346 officers were shot in the line of duty. 103 ambush-style attacks on law enforcement officers, up 115% from the year before. 4 police officers were beaten to death. 3 were stabbed to death. Sergeant Joshua Bartlett, Lubbock County Sheriff's Office in Texas, shot and killed during a barricade at a home on July 15th of last year. Earlier in the morning, the subject had been stopped by a Texas Highway Patrol trooper for reckless driving, attempted to bait the officer into a confrontation, returned home after the encounter and began walking around the neighborhood with a firearm at 1:15. When officers with the Levelland Police Department arrived, the man opened fire, barricaded himself inside. The regional SWAT team was requested as the man randomly fired shots from the home. Sergeant Bartlett was a United States Army veteran, and he is survived by his wife, 4 sons, parents, and a brother. Police officer Mitchell Aaron Penton, Dallas, Texas, struck and killed by a vehicle operated by an intoxicated driver February 13th, 2021. At the time of his death, he had a stepson and his wife was expecting. Police officer Brandon M. Stalker, Toledo Police Department, Ohio, shot and killed during a barricade involving an arson suspect. Officer Stalker was on a perimeter position, was struck in the head and fatally wounded. He is survived by his 2 children and fiance. Police officer Jimmy N. shot and killed while responding to a domestic violence call on May 11th, 2021. He had served with the Stockton Police Department for 6 years. He is survived by his wife, 7-month-old son, and 2 stepchildren. Sergeant James Smith, Iowa State Patrol, Iowa, shot and killed while attempting to arrest a subject who had assaulted and disarmed another law enforcement officer during a traffic stop on April 2nd, 2021. He is survived by his wife, 2 children, mother, brother, and sister. Lieutenant Michael Boot, shot and killed after responding to a call involving a subject attempting suicide. United States Air Force veteran, had served with the Hancock County Sheriff's Office for 8 years. He's survived by his wife and 2 children. Police officer Chris Oberheim, Champaign Police Department, Illinois, shot and killed at about 3:20 a.m. while responding to a domestic disturbance call. He had been on the job 20 years, 44, with a wife and 4 children. Trooper Chad Michael Walker, Texas Department of Public Safety, March 28, 2021. Succumbed to gunshot wounds sustained 5 days earlier when he was ambushed while stopping to assist what he believed was a disabled vehicle near Mejia, Texas. He had served with the Texas Highway Patrol for 6 years, 18 years of law enforcement. He is survived by his wife, 15-year-old son, twin 7-year-old daughters, and a 2-month-old daughter. Here are some of the quotes from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue about police officers. Jen Psaki, White House press secretary, while criticizing Fox News coverage of soft on crime policies, stated while laughing, "What does that even mean?" and referred to the coverage as an alternative universe. President Biden famously expressed support for the defund the police movement during an interview in 2020, then had to walk that back after backlash. Vice President Kamala Harris applauded Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti for defunding the police. Representative Ocasio-Cortez said, quote, "Defunding police means defunding police," arguing the cuts to the New York Police Department weren't enough. Representative Ayanna Pressley said she supports efforts to defund police departments. Representative Rashida Tlaib called for, quote, "no more police." Tlaib's campaign has paid over $150,000 to defund the police activist Rasha Mubarak. Representative Ilhan Omar said, quote, "not only do we need to defund, we need to dismantle police departments." Representative Cori Bush said that she would, quote, "make sure," end quote, "she has private security for protection," while simultaneously promising to defund the police. This weekend, Representative Bush doubled down on her support for defunding our police departments on Twitter. Representative Biden's Assistant Attorney General, Kristen Clark, supported efforts to defund the police. President Biden's Associate Attorney General, Vanita Gupta, said officials must heed calls to, quote, "decrease police budgets and the scope, role, and responsibility of police in our lives." President Biden's Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, proposed a budget to divert funding from law enforcement. Now, we see what's happening in Minnesota, where you have one of the individuals who was a part of the mob violence riots in the summer of 2020, who burned down a store, a commercial property, and did so with video footage indicating the glee of doing so, this being an individual with a very long criminal record. The man who owned or worked at the establishment, I think had 5 kids, died as a result of the fire set by this individual in Minnesota. The United States Attorney's Office in Minnesota filed a sentencing brief that read exactly like the defense lawyer's brief, citing all of the events of the summer, completely offsetting the dead father of 5 with a store burned to the ground during mob violence rule in the summer of 2020. And this United States Department of Justice, this United States Attorney's Office in Minnesota, downward departed from the sentencing guidelines of 20 years down to 10 years, purposefully citing the political interests of the summer of 2020, the political cause of the summer of 2020, in recommending that downward departure despite the criminal record of the perpetrator of the crime, despite the destroyed and burned down building, despite the death of the owner of the store and the fact that he had multiple children. All of that was cast aside in the political judgment, not even of the judge, but of the United States Attorney's Office. Lo and behold, that acting United States attorney, a few months later, is now working at Maine Justice. Sure like to know why. Sure like to know who was involved. Sure like to know who made the calls. Sure like to know from the current acting United States attorney if that acting United States attorney agrees with the sentencing recommendations of the so-called prosecutors in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office who turned a blind eye to their duty to keep the streets safe, to prosecute them under their oath to the Constitution and in defense of the laws of the United States, to protect the people of Minnesota, and chose to choose a political path and chose to follow politics rather than do their job. We want to know. We're going to ask questions in the House Judiciary Committee, and I can assure you that if the good people of the United States were to give the majority to the Republicans in January of 2023, there are going to be some questions asked and some answers delivered by this administration for their failure to enforce the laws of the United States while American people die, lose property, are harmed, are killed. At the border of Texas or in Minnesota, it doesn't matter. The laws of the United States are supposed to be enforced, and we should be standing up for the rule of law. And we're going to demand answers to questions. I want answers from the United States Attorney General for targeting parents for daring to stand up to school boards. I want answers from the Secretary of Homeland Security for his clearly impeachable conduct, for recklessly ignoring the laws of the United States, endangering my people and constituents in Texas, endangering the people of this country, while empowering cartels and allowing fentanyl to pour into our schools. I want answers. We're going to demand answers. We're going to want answers and demand answers from Anthony Fauci and all the bureaucrats at NIH and CDC for shutting down our schools, shutting down our economy, lying about what we were seeing in terms of gain-of-function research in China. We're going to want answers, and we're going to get those answers. While this body fiddles, we will demand answers if the American people will give us the ability to get them. Now, I've mentioned our situation at our border. We are in the midst of a fentanyl, opioid, and drug crisis in this country, the likes we have not seen before. Those of us who grew up in the 80s and know what we saw with the cocaine epidemic. I was a 14-year-old when Len Bias notoriously died from an overdose within a week of being drafted by the Boston Celtics after his career at the University of Maryland. We know the horrors of the cocaine epidemic that led, by the way, to the crime bills of the 1990s, supported by this president, supported by black Americans across this country, lobbied for by black pastors and black leaders across this country because of the violence and the epidemic of drugs across our cities and across our towns in the 1980s and 1990s. And we responded. And as a result, the crime rates went down. And now what are we seeing? Massive spikes in crime, massive spikes in drug use, carjackings in our nation's capital, where it is easier to get carjacked than to order a hamburger while we're under lockdown and vax mandates and vax passports in the nation's capital. Side note, yet another reason why we should never let the District of Columbia be a state. It's not supposed to have the political interests of a state. It is supposed to be our national capital where people can come and go, where they can petition their government, where they can come do the business of the people. So we'll address that issue as well in the next Congress. I'm proud to represent Texas, but Texas is under assault. Texas is under assault every day by cartel-driven violence, fueled by China, driven by the profit motive of pouring fentanyl into our communities, destroying our children's lives, causing addiction, causing death, causing destruction. And this administration not only does nothing, it's worse than that. This administration purposefully ignores the laws of the United States to the detriment and the endangerment of the American people. There is no other way to put it. When our laws require operational control of the border and we do not have it. There's no other way to put it. When our ranches are overrun, fences are cut, livestock gets out. There's no other way to put it when there are stash houses in Houston, in San Antonio, in Laredo, in Del Rio, in McAllen, in Arizona, in California, in every big city across this country. Stash houses where human beings are being moved for profit. There's no other way to put it when the current administration is releasing people into the United States knowingly, in violation of law, releasing people into the United States under the guise of so-called asylum. They know it's not asylum. They know it's not credible fear. They know they're releasing single adult males. They're lying about it because we see them talking about the lies on tape. And the American people are the ones holding the bag. The American people are the ones who have their kids dying because they take a Xanax that's laced with fentanyl. And this administration doesn't care. This administration ignores the rule of law, ignores the Secure Fence Act, lets fencing rust in the field, fails to require the fence to continue to be constructed, which would help support Border Patrol and the communities in South Texas. But let me send a very clear warning signal to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You take for granted, or my colleagues take for granted, the people of South Texas as a political matter. And I can tell you the people of South Texas are tired of it. The people of South Texas are tired of being on the front lines of a cartel-driven drug and human trafficking war with bullets flying, people dying, morgues filled, rape trees being used. And this body, the People's House, not only sits silent, they facilitate it. And they facilitate a Department of Justice and a Department of Homeland Security who does nothing but fuel the crisis even more. 100,306 dead Americans as a result of drug overdoses or poisoning. Mr. Speaker, how many minutes do I have left?
The gentleman has 4 minutes remaining.
I appreciate the Speaker. 100,306 dead Americans as a result of poisonings and overdoses. Mr. Speaker, may I ask, is there time left for my gentleman, or is that 4 minutes left in my total time?
It's 4 minutes left in your total time, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close and I'm going to yield to my friend who I promised some time. And I apologize to the gentleman that time is now a little constrained. But I do want to finish by saying it is our duty to secure the border of the United States. It is the duty of this secretary to secure the border of the United States. 100,000 dead Americans as a result of wide open borders, and it is impeachable conduct by the Secretary of Homeland Security. And we're going to address that issue if the American people give us the ability to be in the majority. And I would yield my remaining time, which I believe is about 3 minutes, to the gentleman.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas, and I want to say first and foremost, thank you for your consistent, loud, smart, well-reasoned comments about our open border and the impact on our citizens. And Mr. Speaker, I too want to bring attention to this critical issue. I have this sweet and low packet that so many of us put in our coffee in the morning, and that illustrates, Mr. Speaker, that one amount of sweetener, if it were fentanyl, would kill 500 Americans. And in Arkansas, fentanyl deaths are up 441% since 2015. Over 600 Arkansans have lost their lives. Every 5 minutes, we lose a neighbor to an accidental drug overdose. Just last year, as my friend from Texas said, we lost over 100,000 Americans to accidental overdoses, which is now the leading cause of death between 18 and 45. And we were here on this floor 3 years ago lamenting 55,000 Americans dying in 1 year, the same we lost in the entire Vietnam War, and now it's 100,000. Fentanyl is directly responsible for 64% of those deaths, Mr. Speaker, and a majority of that fentanyl within the United States comes from our porous southwest border, the border that the Biden administration has continuously failed to secure. It flows directly into our communities. Last year, enough fentanyl was interdicted, that's what we caught, by our overworked Border Patrol to kill every American 7 times over. It isn't enough to confiscate it at the border. We need strong leadership to discourage it from arriving in the first place. And we can do that by permanently scheduling fentanyl as a Schedule I substance and increase the criminal penalties. We need strong leadership and strong policies to secure our border and respond to the illicit fentanyl that's been found in every street drug. And until then, sadly, as noted by my friend from Texas, Americans will continue to die at the hand of fentanyl. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire how much time remains.
The gentleman has a little over a minute remaining.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, as we cheer on Team USA this week and celebrate our athletes participating in the 2022 Winter Games, it's important we not overlook the sins of the host nation, China. China has carefully crafted their image to distract the world from their blatant human rights abuses and their totalitarianism. And the International Olympic Committee has worked to portray China in a positive light. The truth is, China is an authoritarian state set on the destruction of anyone and anything it doesn't adhere to its worldview. The Chinese Communist Party believes that its administrative control over its people is the most effective form of governance. The Uyghurs continue to face genocide and crimes against humanity. The people of Hong Kong have seen the destruction of their liberal state. China seeks to expand the influence in the world through its predatory lending and its failed Belt and Road Initiative. We can do better. We need American leadership to counter this. And I yield back to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman from Arkansas, I appreciate his time. I agree with his remarks about China, and I appreciate and yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of our special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as co-chair of the 50-member bipartisan Congressional Ukraine Caucus to voice our strong support for Ukraine and her people. Ukraine is a scrimmage line for liberty on the European continent, our very closest allies. Right now, the world is watching with growing alarm as Russia again beats the Kremlin's drums of war. Vladimir Putin, with his thirst for force over reason and the rule of law, is severely isolated from the norms of human decency and the global community. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. 14,000 people have been killed. While Ukraine is Putin's most immediate target, it certainly is not the only one he has his eyes on. As we have watched Russia take pieces of Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, the message is clear. 30 years ago, the people of Ukraine voted by more than 90% to establish their independence. Ukraine was a signatory to the Budapest Memorandum, in which the West guaranteed Ukraine's security in return for all nuclear weapons staged on its territory be removed. Will the West keep its promise? For decades, the Soviet Union held Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, and so many others under its iron fist, suppressing any notion of freedom. We have a map here that clearly shows how small Ukraine is compared to the vast Russian Empire. We're not talking about equal partners here. In 1991, the world rejoiced when at long last the communist Iron Curtain fell, a moment the free world did not expect to see in modern time. Upon its fall, liberty and opportunity, which once had only been dreams, now became new possibilities in Ukraine. Over these last 30 years, Ukraine has struggled to cast off Russian interference and grow into a strong, proud, and vibrant nation. It has been a struggle every day of every year. Having visited Ukraine more than any other member of the Congress, I know her people, her communities, her culture, and her struggle. In 2014, when I joined Vice President Joe Biden and Senator John McCain to attend the inauguration of a new president of Ukraine, as our delegation walked down the streets of the capital city, I can guarantee you the applause and cheers that rang forth from the crowd as America walked down the streets was absolutely unforgettable and astounding. Ukraine's freedom-loving people were exclaiming their love and friendship with the United States, but most of all, with the idea of liberty. Liberty. It is a memory that I cherish and will never forget. The people of Ukraine, yes, they have hopes and dreams, and they want to live with safety, stability, and enduring prosperity, but most of all, with liberty. Those hopes and dreams face constant threats by Russia. It seems to never stop. Ukraine has no desire to have its back broken under Russia's repressive command. In 2014, Russia illegally invaded, as I've mentioned, and now over 14,000 of her people have been killed in Ukraine. Over 1 million more have been displaced in a country that probably has under 40 million people now. Russia's physical territory represents Goliath in his battle against David. The maps clearly show how vast Russia is, over 13 time zones compared to Ukraine. We see the Russian military amassing at all the borders of Ukraine. If Russia again invades Ukraine, the internal opposition would be fierce and bloody, and that country suffered more than any other place in the world during World War II, that infamous period of time when so many Americans died on the European continent for the very idea of liberty in Europe. The response that is needed from global leaders is clear. When freedom and liberty fall under attack, the free world has an obligation to rise up in its defense. The United States is doing its part. I support President Biden and his administration having committed to end the Nord Stream 2 project if Russia invades Ukraine further, and we must continue to stiffen sanctions and work to establish European energy independence and forge a global defensive shield for the protection of Ukraine. This can all be accomplished with no more shots being fired or weapons being volleyed. The United Nations, NATO, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe have the ability to rally a global coalition to ward off Putin and his thirst for domination over countries that do not welcome him. Russia cannot be allowed to operate as the outlaw on the European continent. So let us seek to build, not destroy. The time has come for the free world to soundly reject Putin's ugly schemes and work together to safeguard Ukraine now and forever. There are several members who are joining us here today on the floor to participate in this special order. I would like to especially recognize Brian Fitzpatrick, the co-chair of the Ukraine Caucus from Pennsylvania. We also have, I believe, Congressman Kwesi Mfume of Maryland, Congressman Andy Levin of Michigan, and Congresswoman Victoria Spartz of Indiana thus far. I thank them all for being here, and I yield to Congressman Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Representative Capter. And thank you for all you do for Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, I stand here not only as a co-chair of the Ukraine caucus, but also the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Europe and a commissioner on the Helsinki Commission, having previously served and lived in Ukraine, in Kiev, standing side by side with the Ukrainian people and growing to love them for their heart, their passion, their desire for independence, their desire for closer ties to the West, and their craving for freedom, something that they are striving for more and more every single day. And with all of those things in context, Mr. Speaker, this moment before us, unfortunately, has not come as a surprise. Over the last 8 years, the amazing people of Ukraine have endured Russia's illegal and violent occupation. To date, some 14,000 innocent Ukrainians have perished, many of whom were civilians, with more than 1 million displaced. The autocratic regime of Vladimir Putin has engaged in countless humanitarian violations and challenged international norms of sovereignty over the last 30 years. And it is imperative that the United States and our NATO allies meet this moment with deterrence and diplomacy and strength and unity. America must, as we have in the past, stand up against Russian authoritarianism. The people of Ukraine share our Western values and deserve freedom from Russian oppression. The people of Ukraine share a steadfast commitment to regional cooperation, resisting polarization, and shining a light on corruption. The United States has moved to supply Ukraine with lethal aid to maintain its borders in the wake of increased Russian aggression. The United States has committed just recently an additional $200 million in security assistance, and we must encourage our NATO allies to act in a similar fashion. And we applaud those NATO allies who have stepped up to the plate and encourage those who have not that they must do so now to maintain the NATO alliance. We've already stepped up to defend democracy in so many other areas of the world. This must be no exception. And it is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that more of our allied countries will take this charge seriously and realize what is at stake. It is also my hope that our allies can look to decouple with the Russian economy, recognizing the larger threat Putin's destabilizing regime poses throughout Europe and throughout the world, and taking decisive action and implementing economic sanctions to the harshest degree is necessary. And we must weigh all of our options given the severity of this moment. Along with a wide bipartisan coalition in both chambers of Congress, my colleagues in Congress have called for sweeping sanctions on the kleptocrats that keep Putin's regime operable. And as it has before with other rogue powers, the international community must send a clear and unequivocal message. If Russia insists on threatening the sovereignty of another state and jeopardizing global security, there will be the harshest of consequences. I'd like to thank my co-chairs for being here today, as well as Representative Victoria Spartz, the first ever Ukrainian-born member of Congress, an immense source of pride for the people of Ukraine. And we are here to send a bipartisan, bicameral message to Vladimir Putin and his corrupt regime that these consequences will far outweigh any benefit you may perceive of further aggression in Ukraine. And if the Euromaidan revolution should have sent any message to Russia, it is that you never underestimate the heart and the passion and the soul of the Ukrainian people to defend their own independence. The overwhelming majority of Ukrainians were born after 1991, after their independence. They do not want any part of Russia, regardless of what Vladimir Putin thinks. And we will stand behind them, unequivocally and unapologetically, to call for the harshest of consequences should Vladimir Putin take one step across the Ukrainian border. And I personally will make it my mission here in this body that the harshest consequences, the least of which will be ending Nord Stream 2 and removing Russia from the SWIFT banking system, cutting off their economy, targeted sanctions to Vladimir Putin himself and his surrounding oligarchs. Mr. Putin, that will be just the beginning of what you face. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I want to thank Congressman Fitzpatrick for his strong support of Ukraine and for the substance he's given from his own life prior to his service here in the Congress, of putting that life at risk many times on behalf of liberty around the world. I thank him so very, very much. I'm going to yield time now to Congressman Andy Levin of Michigan, who is a very fervent supporter of Ukraine, and thank you for adjusting your schedule to be with us this evening.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to join my colleagues in the House Ukraine Caucus in this strong show of resolve to keep our focus on what is happening in Ukraine and on its borders. And I especially want to thank my dear friend, Chair Marcy Kaptur, for her leadership in organizing this timely event, and co-chair Brian Fitzpatrick for his strong leadership on this issue, and all the other members who are joining today. You know, I represent one of the most vibrant Ukrainian American communities in the United States. And I've spent time with my constituents in Michigan at memorials and commemorations of the Holodomor, and even just last weekend at a peace vigil and in a Ukrainian church to pray for peace and for no more war in Ukraine. And the Ukrainian American community in Metro Detroit and around this nation is deeply worried about their family, about their friends in Ukraine, and what might happen if Russia were to newly invade their country. Because we know Russia's already invaded their country. It's 8 years of Russia invasion and occupation of Crimea and their interference in the Donbass and in eastern parts of Ukraine. And it's been a really traumatizing time for Ukrainians, obviously, but also for Ukrainian Americans. And I've been supportive of the efforts here in the House and by the Biden administration to focus on both deterrence and diplomacy. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Defending Ukraine Sovereignty Act, which seeks to deter Russia by imposing tougher sanctions, by providing more defensive equipment and weapons, and expanding programming to counter Russia and its disinformation and cyber activity. And I also want to commend President Biden for emphasizing diplomacy to de-escalate tension. Above all, we must avoid a war between the two largest nuclear powers. And I appreciate how much he has worked to unify all of our European allies behind this effort. And I appreciate the leadership of those European allies in pushing for a peaceful resolution to this situation. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to join with my colleagues today and to share this commitment to helping the Ukrainian people, and I'm hopeful that our work in the Congress, coupled with measures taken by the Biden administration, will ultimately prevent more conflict from breaking out. But we've got to make it very, very clear to Vladimir Putin that he will get exactly what he doesn't want if he insists on attacking Ukraine further. He has said he wants less NATO involvement in the eastern reaches of the alliance, and his aggression and his provocation is causing just what he says he doesn't want. So I'm hopeful that diplomacy can carry the day, but we have to be ready with all measures of deterrence to prevent an attack, and we have to be, even though it doesn't make sense to implement sanctions in advance, it definitely makes sense that we be very clear with Putin and the oligarchs and the people around him, just as Representative Fitzpatrick said, that we will implement a broad array of sanctions, by far the harshest array of sanctions that we've ever arrayed against them. And, before I yield back, Congresswoman Kaptur, I just wanted to share that when I was at my most recent event in the community in Michigan, I said, and Congresswoman Sparks, I want to say this to you because I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this idea. Let's organize a vigil at the Holodomor Memorial here in, near Union Station when we're back, to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And let's get as many members of Congress there as we can. And that idea seems to be taking off with the Ukrainian American community. So I hope we'll soon have a date when we can announce an event there where we can show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Lord knows we love Ukraine. It's an independent country that deserves to have its own borders respected, and where the people deserve to democratically determine their own future. And Congresswoman Kaptur, we are never going to give up on our commitment to those principles. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Levin, for your leadership on this, and we'll work with you on the vigil at the Holodomor Memorial here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for taking time today, delaying your flight back home, I'm sure, to be with us. And you remind me, when we look at the map of Russia in red and Ukraine in yellow, we think about David and Goliath, at least I do. And David deserves attention and respect. And we thank you for your time this evening. And also I want to say to Congresswoman Victoria Spartz from the state of Indiana, who's joining us this evening, sometimes the heavens produce someone in the Congress at a moment in history that becomes pivotal. And as I introduce her, I thank her extremely for her excellent participation in the Ukrainian caucus, her leadership, and her ability to change her schedule at any point in order to be a strong voice for liberty. No one knows better than she what it's like to live under a tyrannical, repressive regime. So I yield time to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Congresswoman Kaptur, and thank you, Congresswoman Brian Fitzpatrick, for your bipartisan leadership. And I know that this special order is about the situation in Ukraine, but the situation in Ukraine goes beyond Ukraine. It is a threat to the stability of the world order, the largest threat since World War II, and a threat to any democracy. I would also like to remind us that millions of our predecessors died for freedom, peace, and democracy. I would like to read some excerpts from the recent joint statement of the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, dated February 4, 2022. Today, the world is going through momentous changes, and humanity is entering a new era of profound transformation. It sees transformation of the global governance, architecture, and world order. A trend has emerged towards redistribution of power in the world. Frozen quotes. The sides note that Russia and China, as world powers, have long-standing traditions of democracy, which rely on thousands of years of experience. They stand ready to work together with all the interested partners to promote genuine democracy. I know that President Putin is not going to listen to me, and not sure if to anyone else, but I hope he still has to listen to the Russian people, at least a little bit. I am not naive in his personal ambitions, although I would still offer him an olive branch if he really cares about his people and his country. Therefore, I'm going to direct my message to over 3 million Russian Americans. I'm talking to you as a congresswoman representing the great state of Indiana, who grew up under communism in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. I was born in the country that doesn't exist anymore, and for a good reason, as many of you too. I know that many of you have relatives in Russia in dual citizenship. I know that Putin has powerful anti-American propaganda on his TV. I was somewhat surprised of its extent. It's worse than during the Soviet Union times. I want you to let Russian people know that neither the United States nor the West are a threat to Russia's national security. I would argue that Russia has a much bigger threat coming from the East, is a very aggressive economic expansion of China in Far East and Siberia. I would also like to make it very clear that the American people do not want another war in Europe. I also want to remind you of a human cost of any war. If Russia starts a war in Ukraine, which looks more and more likely, a lot of young people would have to die from both sides. No one will benefit from it. Maybe the Chinese Communist Party, but not the Russian people. I just do not believe that Russian people would want to go in history as a puppet to the imperialistic ambitions of China and would want to promote a so-called genuine democracy of the Chinese Communist Party. And the ball is in your court. Решение за вами, President Putin and Russian people. I hope you will be on the right side of history. I also would like to share a message with my fellow Americans. Do not get distracted and do not get reluctant. A threat to our freedoms from outside and within is real. Protect and cherish our freedoms so our children do not have to fight to get them back. I yield back to gentle lady from Ohio.
Congresswoman Spartz, very, very much for being here and for being such a strong voice for liberty, having known the other side of that. Thank you for your time today, for your heartfelt remarks, and we continue to be benefited by your extraordinary leadership. Thank you so much. Our final speaker today is the very distinguished gentleman from the state of Maryland who knows a whole lot about the rule of law and human rights, Congressman Kwesi Mfume, whom we are very fortunate has returned to the Congress after having served in many national positions, and we are so grateful for his life and for his presence here today.
Madam Chair, thank you for your overly gracious set of remarks. I appreciate them, and I appreciate also the opportunity to join you and the others in our discussion about the Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I am really happy to join with Congresswoman Kaptur, who has served for some time now as chair of the Ukrainian caucus, who has driven us and gotten us to this point, but who has also kept together a bipartisan group of legislators. And so to her and to the ranking member, Mr. Fitzpatrick, my thanks to both of you. We're all here, obviously, because of the situation in the Ukraine. And this comes at us from different ways. I initially got involved when I came back, Madam Chair, to the Congress because of a gentleman by the name of Roman Goy in my district, who has watched these situations with the Ukraine going back to 2014 and beyond, and who felt sort of helpless. And so on behalf of Mr. Goy and Catonsville and all the others that I've heard from, I am particularly heartened to also hear, as we did earlier, from the gentlewoman, Mrs. Spartz, who is the only native Ukrainian to serve here in the United States Congress. Her comments are compelling, and her witness is one that we should always keep in front of us as something to be reminded of. Madam Chair, I go back a long, long way in terms of the aggression that we now see in the Ukraine. I mean, I go so far back as to remember the Cold War days that a lot of us grew up under, the days of a very, very aggressive Soviet Union, hell-bent on domination, spanning 13 time zones, with a growing nuclear arsenal in those days, and with the twisted belief that they somehow or another could, in fact, be a part of this hemisphere and pose an issue to us. It was a different Soviet Union. It's Russia now, but that same sort of thinking pervades. And back then, I'm talking about the missile crisis in Cuba, where Soviet President Khrushchev, Nikita Khrushchev, was putting missiles just 90 miles off of our coast, believing that he and then the Soviet Union had a right to that sort of expansionism and that sort of aggression. And thank God that President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, having reached a very tight ultimatum with the reality, decided that the United States would not accept that. And we were on the brink of war then, but the Soviet Union blinked. They removed their missiles from Cuba, and we have sort of coexisted in a sort of Cold War for some time now. And then with the fall of Berlin and the ending of the Soviet Union as we knew it, and now the singular emergence of Russia, all of us concerned here are concerned about what's happening at the Ukraine. When you look at the troop movements that are taking place, when you look at the propaganda being spun by the Kremlin, it is all so familiar of what happened in 1914. When the Soviet Union went off into its own direction and when it began to build up its war machine. In 2014, the Russian government, following the same script, has decided, or did decide then, to have similar troop movements, similar weapons buildup, and a similar effort to invade. And even though the talk then was that we were not invading, as they said, we know what happened. They invaded the Ukraine. They took and annexed Crimea. People in Kiev and elsewhere have been watching this situation with great trepidation. And now we're at a point with a massive Soviet buildup all along the Ukrainian border, well over 100,000 troops, all sorts of armaments, and the ability to have air power to strike and to take, if they want to, that country. And so the fact that President Biden and others have stood up, we want to also thank all of our European allies for banding together. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization was formed just to be able to prevent things such as this. And although Ukraine is not a signatory under Article 5, its sovereignty and its independence is so very, very much important. So I want to join with Congresswoman Capter, the ranking member, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Ms. Spartz with her testimony, and all the others that have continued to raise this issue. In the old days, because we never knew when the Soviet Union then was going to strike, we don't know now. And I remember air drills at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and in school, we were so close to the end of the last war, kids had to stop what they were doing and practice drills, hiding under their desk. In every school, there was a bomb shelter. We've come a long way since then, but that threat is still there. And so a lot of people have said, well, why is this important? It's important because history can repeat itself. It's important because history often does repeat itself. And it's important because it's a lesson that we've learned and must never get away from. Terrorism anywhere is a threat to democracies everywhere. And I join you, and I'm happy in this bipartisan effort, Madam Chair, to lend my voice. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Mafume, for your sterling remarks. As always, your presence here adds enormous value to what we are attempting to do, to stop war and to promote diplomacy and peace, and to help protect a David against a Goliath. This is a very noble calling. Thank you for your time today. And as we close today, I wanted to say for the record, for teachers who may be listening, for scholars, for other members of Congress, there's a book by Dr. Timothy Snyder of Yale University entitled Bloodlands. If you want to understand this struggle for liberty, that is a book that is a must-read. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the call of the private calendar be dispensed with on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Yes. Pursuant to Section 11B of the House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Friday, February 11th, 2022.